Good afternoon, everyone. Let the record indicate it is 5:09, and the Warwick City Council Finance Committee is called to order. If you could all be sure that your cell phones are either off or on vibrate, please. Thank you. Need a motion for acceptance of the meeting of February 3rd?
Favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
First item, PCR 22-20, found on page 1.
Hold on a minute. I got to change my vote. I wasn't here. I got to abstain.
Oh, okay, excuse me.
Sorry about that.
So we need to revisit the acceptance of the minutes, move to withdraw the previous motion.
Move to withdraw.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I need a motion for acceptance of the minutes from the meeting on February 3rd.
I move favorable action.
I'll second it.
Abstain.
We have a motion and a second, one abstention. All in favor? Aye. 2 yes, 1 abstain. You're welcome. Okay, moving on to PCR 22-20, found on page 1. Workstations, laptops, tablets, printers. Just identify yourself for the record. I checked the mic. I'm not sure if it's on.
My name is Dottie McCarthy, and I'm from the Board of Canvassers, the director.
Go ahead, Dottie.
We received a grant from the Secretary of State's office for cybersecurity, anything to enhance the elections as far as cybersecurity goes. This came from the federal government, first of all, and we were awarded $8,800. We could spend up to $8,800 for cybersecurity. We got quotes from different vendors, the lowest vendor being the Wally Computer Associates for $8,506.21. I did review this with the grantor, the Secretary of State's office, and it was all approved. We already received the check. The check has been already deposited into the MIS account. They do have the buying power, obviously, so Phil was nice enough to say that he would purchase this for us.
Okay, thank you, Dottie. Good job on that. I did have a question regarding the use of the grant, because grants are very specific. The language is very specific as to what the monies can be used for. And in here, it states that the money had been chosen, or the Board of Canvass had chosen to use the money for a new computer system, printers, and scanners. So in the utmost of caution, I reached out to Phil earlier today about that. And Phil, if you could just come to the mic, I would just like you to put on the record the procedure that followed to certify that, in fact, this does meet those qualifications, and how you went about getting that.
All right, Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. I had reviewed this with Dorothy earlier on, and then we ran through the requirements of the grant. We matched it up with what we were going to have. We then submitted that through her channels, and it was approved. They looked it over. It was not something that we just put in an amount. We had all the items detailed and how they related to improving the environment that would allow for a more cyber-secure voting group to be able to process the stuff.
Okay. So they received everything ahead of time. They knew exactly what it was that we were going to purchase. They approved it. They cut you the check. You've already got it. Good. Very good. Just wanted that to be on the record. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Sir. State your name for the record, please.
Roy Dempsey, Ward 1. I thought the grant was regarding cybersecurity. I mean, isn't that like the Russians are coming, everything's Russian. And all of a sudden that they're allowing us to buy a printer? I don't get that. I mean, where is the approval for a printer purchase?
Okay,
Where is
what-
it coming from regarding, and how does it regard cybersecurity? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, I'll let Phil speak to that again. I think he's answered that, but I'll have him reiterate it.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. The cybersecurity threats to the voting has been in the news quite a bit, was specifically aimed toward making sure your computing environment offered up the highest level security possible. Operating systems, old hardware are all susceptible to attacks, and that's really what the grant was for. Had there been more money, you could actually get into some software solutions, but they become so expensive it was past what the grant is. And as far as the approval, it was at the federal level. The person administering, it's not really our money, it was theirs. The person administering the grant was the one who looked over the equipment and said that it was fine.
Oh, excuse me. Oh. If you want to speak, come to the mic, please.
No, the gentleman mentioned that the administrator handled the approval. My question is, was this the federal administrator that handled the approval?
I just spoke with that. It was actually a state administrator of the federal grant that had looked over it and approved it.
Okay, thank you. And also, Phil, I know there's rationale about, or I should say, there was procedures that you had implemented with going to Massachusetts, and expanding on the MPA, et cetera, and touching on that because there are several vendors here, more than what our protocol has been approving in the past. So just give us, the reasoning for that as well.
Well, because there was a process, as in the other purchases that we've made, there was a process to get this approved for the grant. We knew that the technology, the specific technology that we were going after could change once, twice, three times in the time period it took. So we always try to keep this open, and we go to the three vendors, so we do a quasi mini bid. We go to the three or four or five, up to five vendors. We ask for a price quote on that particular technology, make sure it's as current as possible for those particular items. Once those items are quoted, we take the total package, lowest bid for the total package, and that's who we award it to. And we keep record of all the different quotes that we receive so we can go back and check.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from members of the public? Do we have any other questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action. Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Item 2, 2020-266, grass seed mixtures, found on page 30.
James Scott, Parks and Recreation.
Go ahead, James.
We reviewed the one bid submitted for grass seed mixtures and recommend awarding the bid to Site One Landscape and Supply as the lowest qualified bidder. Current contract expires on June 21st of 2020. The new contract will begin on June 22nd and expire in June of 2021. The cap we're asking for will be $2,500.
Any questions from members of the committee? Do we have any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action. Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Item 3, 2020-267, bacteriological testing for beaches. Whoa.
It's a mouthful. We have reviewed the two bids received for the above contract and recommend awarding the bid to RI Analytical Laboratory as the lowest qualified bidder. The current bid expires May 31st. The new contract will run from June 1st until May 31st of 2021. The cap on this bid will be $2,500.
So I'm going to just ask you to give us a quick little explanation of, and I'm just going to call it testing, because that's worse than asset forfeiture, that biotechnological, whatever you got there. It's a pretty good tongue twister. Just give us a brief scenario of what this exactly is for.
So in its simplest form, it's the service we use to test the water at the beaches in the summer. One of the things I did when I first came on is I reached out to the state and we coordinate testing with them. So before you had sort of redundancy in testing, and now we coordinate who tests when, so we use it better. But when you have those beach closures, it's a result of either one of these tests done by the city or a test done by the state. But actually last year, I believe we only had one beach closure all summer, so the water quality was better last year than some of the previous years.
Good. I noticed that there are other bidders on here. Had you reached out to any of the other vendors to ask why they did not bid?
I did not. I did add a couple vendors to the list, so there's more than before, but I did not reach out to those vendors.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action. Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you, James. Also, James, too, before we move on to the next issue, I just want to say that we appreciate you coming to us as early as you have been, particularly these two items right here. You're actually a couple, 2-3 months ahead of time, and we appreciate your willingness to work with us to stay ahead of these things. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Chairman.
Item 2268, found on page 36. Go ahead, James.
We have reviewed, this is for fertilizer, liquid weed control, and lime. The last year was the first time, I believe in several years, that the fields were fertilized in Warwick, which is, obviously vital to their functioning and attractiveness for rentals. We have reviewed the one bid received for the above and recommended awarding to Site One Landscape and Supply, the lowest bidder. The previous bid expired on August 26, 2019. New contract will end 1 year from the date of award. The cap will be $13,000, and it'll be paid out of the maintenance materials line item.
Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman McAllister.
Thank you. Director, this bid expired in August. Can you just go over the time frame for us on that, why it's coming to us now?
So the bid had previously come before the council at a mid-September meeting. At that time, Site One was the lowest qualified bidder. The Finance Committee elected not to award the bid at that time, asked they got to rebid. At that juncture in the year, we'd just gotten back on the fertilizer program that, hadn't happened for at least a year or two before. And we needed to get the fall fertilizer at that time. So we went out through a 3-3 for the fall fertilizer, which was critical to maintaining what we'd already invested. And I waited, I did a little more research, I added a couple of vendors to the list, and we went out to bid again, and Site One was the only bidder.
Thank you, and they're a qualified bidder.
They're the lowest qualified
Lowest
bidder,
qualified
Councilman.
bidder. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action. Seconded.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Next item, item 5, 2020-279, Fire Department Class B uniforms, found on page 41. Chief?
Good evening. Jason Umbenhauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department. Bid for Fire Department Class B uniforms has been carefully reviewed by the Fire Department. 2 vendors submitted bids, and after evaluating pricing, the following vendor has met all the specifications and have proposed the lowest price. Therefore, I recommend the bid be awarded to Donnelly's Incorporated of Rhode Island of Cranston, Rhode Island. Donnelly's has been a vendor for our Class B uniforms for the past 2 years. The department has been extremely happy with the services they provide. Donnelly's is also a very convenient, located just over the Warwick border in Cranston, and therefore is easily accessible to any services we require. These bid items are for purchase of station uniforms that the department is required to provide to both new firefighters and newly promoted chief officers in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement. Items will be purchased as required by the CBA, with funding coming from Budget Code 35260, which is uniforms. Current bid expires on 4/6 of 20, If approved, the new bid will have an effective date of 4/7/20 through 4/6/2022, a total amount not to exceed $15,000.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Chief, what's the average cost per uniform?
So a set of uniforms for a chief officer is 100 and, I got it here, sorry. Is 184.30. A new set of uniforms for a new firefighter is 234.65. That's because those are Nomex fire resistant, and the chief officers don't get.
Those
fire-
what, please?
They're Nomex. They're made of Nomex, so they're fire resistant.
I see.
That by the collective bargaining agreement. The ones that we get, like the one I'm wearing, we don't go for Nomex. We just get the regular polyester blend.
Chief, in your position paper, you state that the items are for the purchase of station uniforms. Is there a difference between a station uniform and uniform that firefighters would use, say, at public events or ceremonies? So how many different uniforms do we have for a firefighter?
So there's two. The Class B uniform, which is the station uniform, similar to the one I'm wearing right now. The ones they wear day to day in the stations. The Class A uniform, which is the dress uniform. They have one set of that, which they buy on their own or when they're promoted. That's what they wear to events and to ceremonies.
So the firefighter pays for that particular uniform, and the taxpayers pay for the one set of uniform, or one uniform. Is that what you said?
When somebody's hired on the job, they're responsible for their own Class A uniforms. Once we promote them, we call that a change in uniform. Then the city picks up the cost to alter that uniform to the new rank. So sometimes it's just add in buttons or striping or things like that.
Okay, so you've been reading my mind here, because that was my next question. So these uniforms, when the firefighters get promoted up through the ranks, it from time to time would require a change in emblems or some sort of identifications, et cetera. It doesn't mean that it constitutes buying a whole brand new uniform, right?
Correct. In the Class B uniforms, it's only chief officers who the city buys new Class B uniforms for, because they go from the blue and navy to the white and dark navy. It's just a color change when the chief officer. So it's only like 12 people in the department, 12 positions in the department that bought these uniforms.
And in that account, the 35,260, what did you spend during the previous 2-year contract period?
So within this contract period for Class B uniforms?
The one that's expiring, yes.
Okay, so in fiscal year 20, we spent 175, I have it broken down, I don't have the total, unfortunately. 175.40 on promotional uniforms and $95 replacing uniforms. We also are required to replace damaged uniforms. In fiscal year 19, we spent $2,079.60.
So you've spent somewhere around $2,500?
Correct.
And was your bid back then $15,000 as well?
Correct. The majority of this price is for new recruits. So when a new class comes on, we have to buy 2 sets of uniforms for each of them at $280 some a piece, a set. So it costs a typical class of 12 recruits. It costs us about between $5,500 and $6,000 in uniforms for them when they come on. So we want enough spending authority over the next 2 years that if we get a class of 12, say, in this next fiscal year, and a class of 12 in the next fiscal year, we have enough cap in spending authority in order to buy those uniforms without having to come back to you to add it on. So it's a projection.
So in the expenditures that you just indicated to us, roughly $2,500 is running quick numbers. Is that $2,500, was that paying for the modifications to the uniforms for the 60-some promotions that have had over the last 2 years?
Nope, this is just Class B uniforms. Class A uniforms is a different bid. That's not what we're talking about now. That's the dress uniform. That's a different bid and a different,
But those firefighters that got promoted, that means there would have been changes in their uniforms, right?
correct.
So how was that paid for?
The change in their uniform are paid for by out of the same budget.
Okay, so it was
Yep,
out of that
budget code.
2,500.
Not out of that 2,500. The 2,500 is just for Class B uniforms that we're talking.
I
I
see.
thought we were just talking about Class B uniforms,
Okay,
what we're here for
okay.
tonight.
So those changes for those, or modifications to the uniforms for the 60 firefighters that got promoted, that was paid for out of another budget code?
Nope, same budget.
I'm
Same
sorry.
budget code.
Different description?
Correct. Correct. Different bid. That's another vendor also. Stillman Uniform has that bid.
And what you're looking for now is strictly for the Class B uniform?
Strictly the Class B uniform.
And for these Class B uniforms, how many uniforms are you anticipating over the contract period?
For promoted for promoted chief officers, maybe 3 in each fiscal year. So I anticipate maybe 1 set the rest of this fiscal year. We're maybe 2 sets. We're anticipating 2 retirements that may make chief officer promotions. And on average, about 3 chief officer promotions happen every fiscal year. So I estimated 2 for this year and then 3 in the next 2 fiscal years. This is a 2-year contract.
And why are you basing your bid on the need for 15,000?
Because if we put a new class of 12 firefighters on in this next fiscal year, it's going to cost us $5,631 to buy them their first set of uniforms. So we are anticipating a class of potentially 12 this fiscal year, or this coming fiscal year, in fiscal year 21. And then because this runs into fiscal year 22, if another class of 12 comes on, if we project another class of 12 coming on, which would put us near full staffing, that would put us at $5,800.
Okay.
So that's about $6,000, $6,500 in each of those 2 fiscal years, and about $1,000 this fiscal year. So that's where we came up with the 15,000 projection.
Okay. Before I move for a vote, too, I just was remiss in letting you all know that we do have all the numbers, and there is adequate monies in all the accounts. If anyone wishes to see it, it's right here. Okay, so I need a motion on 2020-279.
Move favorable action. Second it.
We have a motion for favor. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Next item, item 6, 2020-286, Marine 4 water jet propulsion pots. Chief, you're making it difficult
Getting you
tonight.
today.
Go ahead.
Fire Department is seeking a 56.6 exception to bid for Marine 4 water jet propulsion parts. Department's recommended Marine Jet Power Incorporated out of Blacklick, Ohio, be granted the award. During the disassembly phase for our annual maintenance, it was noticed that there was some physical damage to the water jet assembly and some corrosion. We went out to look for estimations on parts to replace those damaged and corroded parts while it's out of the water for maintenance. The sole source vendor in our area is Detroit Diesel out of Wakefield, Rhode Island. In conversations with them, our Marine Services Coordinator did notice that we could go direct to the manufacturer. The only savings would be the $75 shipping. The price was exactly the same, but we could save ourselves some shipping and get it faster. And that would be Marine Jet Power, which is the original manufacturer. This is entirely funded 100% through reimbursement through the 2019 Oil Spill Prevention Administration and Response Grant, a copy of which I provided to you. The Fire Department is requesting a spending authority to purchase the parts necessary to complete the repair. To be paid through account 38814, which is the REMA pass-through grants. If granted, the award will be for a one-time purchase of the parts corresponding to the invoice. Total award, $8,540.66.
Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council?
Yes.
Go ahead, Council President.
How many boats does the fire department have?
Currently, we have 3 marine units and 4 marine units? Four marine units and how many inflatables? 4 inflatable. That's what he was looking for. 3 marine full-time marine units and 4 inflatable boats for the ponds and for the shoreline stuff.
4 inflatables?
4 inflatables. Yeah.
And what size are the marine units?
I'm going to defer. I am definitely not a marine expert, so I'm going to defer to our Lieutenant Vale, who's our marine response coordinator. He
I'm
knows.
familiar with Marines.
Good evening. Justin Vale, Lieutenant here on the Fire Department in the city. We have a 36-foot metalcraft twin water jet diesel-powered fireboat. That's our main fireboat. That's the one that stays in the water year-round, with the exception of coming out. We have a 27-foot Boston Whaler Challenger, which is a twin outboard Mercury fiberglass hull vessel, and we have a 20-foot Carolina skiff center console with a single Yamaha 115, which is kept in the water part-time through June through October.
And you said that you have 4 marine, and I had the 36, the 27, and the 20.
And then we have a series. We have 4 other inflatable.
So you only have 4 marine units, or 3 marine units.
We have 3 marine units that are kept in the bay. Yes.
And then how big are the inflatable boats?
They range from 10 to 12 feet.
Now, the 36-foot, is that the one that needs the repairs?
That is correct.
And that stays in the water all the time?
Yes, it does.
So, knowing what salt water does to jet boats,
Correct.
just out of curiosity, why do we have a jet boat in the water when those are basically supposed to be pulled out of the water almost every single time you use it, lifted and flushed?
Yep. The Marine 4 is our Port of Providence Marine Strike Team vessel. This was funded by UASI grant back in 2007, I believe. So as part of that grant, when we were awarded the funds, that is not only a city response vessel, but that is also a regional response vessel. It is a water jet system that is designed for full-time use and keeping it in a saltwater environment. So I do understand with some, such as a jet ski, a jet ski style, that is not designed to be kept in the water year-round. It doesn't have the proper anti-fouling paint on it, doesn't have the proper corrosion protection on it. This particular boat has that corrosion protection on it.
Yeah, I mean, I've saw the pictures in your packet, and I get what the corrosion does to the intakes, but, on a regular prop vessel, you're not going to see that with zincs and everything else. You're not going to see that type of degradation in the system.
Correct.
So why not use, a boat that, if you're at 36 feet, that has inboards, diesels or something that, is this jet boat diesel?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It is. Yeah.
But why not use a regular boat that has props instead of jets?
Well, we do. Marine 4 is kept. We try to maintain a minimum of 2 vessels within the bay year-round. We keep our Marine 2, which is up at Pettus Marina on the north end of the city. We keep Marine 4 in Warwick Cove, which is designed to respond in Greenwich Bay, south end of the city. When we can't keep a second boat in the water, we tend to keep that one boat that needs to be in the water, Marine 4, which is the bigger of the boats. It's designed for the environment, in the cold water environments. It's a heated cab. It's got space for up to, inside the cab comfortably, up to 6 personnel, but can still take on other people if we need to go out to get them off of a vessel for some reason. Our Marine 2, being a 27-footer, has a bigger work deck platform, but not as much pilot house capacity. So when it's a question of which boat out of the 2 we're going to keep in the water, we're going to keep the bigger, more dependable vessel that's got better range, better ability to handle the seas, better ability to handle patients, and so forth if we need them to.
I'm just wondering, as far as the jet boat goes, I think we're going to have a lot more problems in the future with a jet boat than we are with a prop boat. And I was just wondering what the decision was as far as using a jet boat instead of a prop boat when we ordered the 36.
Could you just repeat that question?
Sure. You had I would assume you had a choice as to what type of vessel you get at 36 feet, and we're obviously in a saltwater environment. Why did we get
Correct.
jet instead of prop?
So Marine 4 is the result of, and this is long before my time, of being in the position I'm in, where I'm kind of running this part of the division. That was a consortium of multiple agencies that got together when the grant was given. When the grant was given, it was to buy 4 identical vessels that were post 9/11 designed to protect the waters around and leading into the Port of Providence. When these cities got together to discuss the bid package as to what they wanted for specifications on the boat, this is what they came up with. I can't speak for the previous hands that had a part in designing that boat at the time, but this is what we've had since 2009. This is what was awarded to us with those grant funds. So, in an ideal world, when we look at that now, would we consider something else? Absolutely. Most definitely would we consider other options.
Yeah.
But at the time that this was done, this is what they felt was best for.
Now, out of all those boats that you have, which one there's one of them that I recall can actually put out a fire, or can the 27-foot pump water too?
Marine 4 is the one that does the pumping. It pumps up to...
That's the 36, the
Correct.
jet boat?
Yep.
Okay. None of the others can pump water?
That is correct.
Okay. And how many police boats do we have?
I am not sure of how many police boats we have, sir.
Would the major know?
We have one larger boat and one inflatable.
You have one larger? Do you know
Yeah,
the size of it?
I do not.
Okay. And one inflatable. And how many boats do we have for the harbor master?
I have no idea, sir.
I think that's either 2 or 3. So the only reason I bring this up, Chair, is that we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 14 boats. Some of them are inflatables, and so, we're in a time where I think that, I think the 36-footer that can pump water is key, but I'm just wondering if there can't be more of a coordination in services, especially if there's an emergency. I'm assuming that the police are going to respond. If it's a water emergency, I'm assuming the police are going to respond, fire is going to respond, and if the harbor master's on, he's going to respond. But it just seems like 14 boats, for the amount of coastline we have is a lot. I recognize the inflatables don't take much maintenance. But by the way, what stations have the inflatables?
So Station 10 in Potawatomi has an inflatable. Station 1 has an inflatable. Station 4, Bayside, has an inflatable, and Station 2 has an inflatable. And those are mainly used, those are not so much bay boats. Those are your freshwater ponds, your those are trailered boats that hook on the back of an engine or a rescue to get taken as a support, a support piece. But mainly they are used for freshwater response only. I do see what you're saying with so many boats being out there.
Yeah.
We've come to find that over the years since they've developed the Narragansett Bay Marine Task Force, this is a state mutual aid plan that ensures that multiple assets are responding to any type of emergency that's out on the waterways. We have worked hand in hand with police here in the city. We have worked hand in hand with the harbor master here in the city. You have a lot of area to cover out there. So sometimes when you start talking about numbers of boats, for an individual run, for whatever the type of run may be, every one of those assets is being used for something. Marine 4 being our main boat for firefighting capabilities, still also acts as our main dive platform for our dive team, still acts as our main search platform for underwater side scan sonar, which is designed to locate structures, bodies, sunken vessels, so on. So it's not just about firefighting for this boat. This is a work platform for a lot of different things that the fire department here in the city does, and the City of Warwick Police Department as well with their dive team. If they needed a platform that was suitable to work on, that would suffice for what they need to do as well. So,
Now, do we get reimbursed for runs that we make outside of Warwick on the 36-foot?
so we don't get reimbursed for runs, but the funding that we're just talking about, where the funds are requested for these parts is coming from, is an oil spill prevention and response fund that's maintained by State of Rhode Island DEM. That fund is a tax that's placed on every barrel of oil that comes into the Port of Providence. Those funds are what are used to support this marine vessel itself, not necessarily Marine 2 or Marine 6 or any of our other vessels with the exception of equipment, but main maintenance costs, sustainment costs, training, backfilling, major pieces of equipment such as electronics. That fund is designed to fund these issues that we have as they come along, to keep it in an in-service status for response around the region and within the town, the city.
So, and what are the communities around us that have the other ones that were purchased?
The city of Cranston, the city of Providence, and the city of East Providence.
Okay. I've seen our boat down before, down in Newport. So
Correct.
it can get called anywhere.
Absolutely.
And once that happens, our main dive platform and source of putting out a fire are out.
Correct.
So
Yes.
it just seems like that's the more valuable out of all the boats. And, if I was going to concentrate resources, I'd concentrate them on boats like that. And maybe, if we have a police boat I think our police boat's over 30 feet too. Just seems like that could function in more than one capacity because, as we pointed out, 14 boats in this area. I don't know if we need that many. Thank you.
Welcome.
Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lieutenant,
Yes, sir.
just a quick question. Would you consider then the boat is called Marine 4, is the jet propulsion? Is that your ready force boat, if you will, the one that's always ready in the water?
Yes.
So that's the one that's equipment ready. If you guys get the call, there's a reason why it's in the water.
Correct.
And you got this boat through a grant, you
Correct.
said?
Correct.
Okay, so it cost the taxpayers of the city no money. The second thing is I understand what you said. Now, you mentioned something that kind of piqued my interest because I thought the council president brought up a good point about the jet propulsion, but what did you say? Can you clarify your comments on this jet propulsion is made for the salt water?
Yeah, if you look at, I'm going to use the Block Island Ferry as the fast ferry as an example. That is a water jet propelled vessel. There are vessels, work vessels, we'll use the terminology work vessels, that are designed with jet systems in them from saltwater environments. And the reason they're designed with a jet system is the ability of maneuvering with this type of vessel over a regular prop-driven boat. When you have a prop-driven boat, you're held by your forward and your reverse propulsional thrust and the steering that you can have along with that. With a jet boat, you're able to do more with that than you are with a prop-driven boat. You're able to walk it sideways each way. You're able to turn it on a dime without moving forward or backwards. You're allowed to come to an abrupt stop quickly, all while leaving it pretty much basically in drive. The way it works is, if anybody's ever ridden on a jet ski before, is you have a jet nozzle in the back, propels the water out at a high pressure. You have a bucket that's designed to be operated by the person that's operating the vessel, which will direct the thrust in the direction you want it to go, giving you the desired effect of the maneuvering of the boat that you want. That's what makes this vessel kind of special in its own way as compared to the other vessels that we have. We can get into close quarters maneuvering situations at docks with other vessels to be able to bring ourselves alongside another vessel very safely and to be able to effect a rescue if we need to. So when I say jet, that's the benefits of a jet, but yes, these particular jets that are on this type of vessel are designed for saltwater environment. They are designed with epoxy barrier coating that protects the aluminum from the salt. They are designed to have zincs, which prevent the electrolysis, which is very prevalent in Warwick Cove. We have a lot of older marinas coming up to code now, but a lot of electricity leakage in the water will quickly chew apart metal components. And as you'll see in my packet, one of the items I'm requesting, there's actually supposed to be a zinc stud off the bottom of that with a threaded stud. That threaded stud is gone completely. And you can see, and I don't know when that happened, at what time that happened while it was in the water, but you can just see the damage that in the picture, if it's clear enough, that's been, that's happened since that has gone off, that's designed to protect it from those types of things. So those are the components that make a water jet system more protected in a saltwater environment than like your jet skis where people are just kind of buzzing around, load them back on a trailer. Those types of systems do not have the same protection components that this type of system does.
Thank you. So you got this boat in 2007 through a grant,
I
correct?
believe it was 2007, yes. It was a UASI grant. It was part of, an urban initiative for spills, oil spills and all that stuff.
Yes.
So it was part of that, and that was, the boat came in through that grant. It went out to get refit with engines because of the issues that the engines had a few years after. It's been back in service since 2015, I believe, with the components that it has in it now. So a lot of the stuff that I'm requesting here is not your normal. This isn't your norm. This is kind of not an expected thing. These parts that are being replaced now are the result of us pulling it out of the water yearly to do maintenance on it and finding damage. It's not anything that was caused by lack of maintenance. It was not anything that was caused by somebody striking anything. This is all internal stuff that took place and that we're trying to repair now. So.
And that's what I'm trying to get clarification on is exactly what you said. So this is a boat that's on active duty. This is a boat that is ready 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Correct.
This is a boat that has been in service since 2007, has
Correct.
had maintenance, and this is a boat that can do a lot of different things for the fire as well as in support of going with that. And also the repairs that are on this boat are coming from a grant, you clarified.
They are coming from the oil spill and prevention funds that we
The
are...
funds, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that we are granted by REMA, Rhode Island Emergency Management Association, agency, through DEM, Rhode Island
Right.
DEM. So DEM is the purse, REMA is the manager of it, and we're the recipients of it, the sub-recipients of it.
That's a great explanation. Thank you. And I have a question following up with what the council president said. He mentioned that the police have a boat and the fire have a boat. Are the equipment on each boat the same?
They are not. They are
So
not.
the fire is specifically for, if you wouldn't mind, please, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Lieutenant.
Yeah, so
Give me an example of where a fire boat would be used.
we have some light medical equipment on the vessel for medical emergencies. When we do respond to medical emergencies, the engine crew is taking their medical equipment with them, but we have medical equipment on there. We have breathing apparatus on the boats. Again, we have side scan sonar on the boat, which is designed for more of a searching capability on the ground of the seafloor. The firefighting capability is an obvious one. The foam, we carry 50 gallons of foam on this vessel, which is designed for your fiberglass vessel, more or less your fiberglass vessel fires and your oil spill type fires as a result of a fire on a vessel. But the equipment is not the same in any stretches to what we're trying to do versus what police is trying to do.
So the police are more of the law enforcement, which is the exact
Exactly.
same thing on the water. You guys are more of their rescue and save as well, but you guys are more of the immediate response, rescue, save, where theirs is law enforcement, rescue.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
When it comes to safety equipment, I'm sure both boats have
Absolutely.
identical stuff, but when it comes to catering towards the type of incident that we're responding to, it's different across the
Right.
board.
But the primary purpose being is if there was a share boat issue, that could mix up the works.
Yes.
Because the issue would then become, you have police using a fire, and then if a severe fire-related incident happens, you don't have a boat ready to go and respond to that.
Correct.
So it's best that both departments?
Correct.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up?
Sir?
Yes, so my point was, and I think you pointed it out, that I really didn't get into, is we've had problems with that boat, and the issue with a jet boat compared to a prop boat, I know you talked about maneuverability, but when you have a twin screw, and here you have a twin engine, you can turn on a dime with a prop boat. You can also put in bow thrusters or stern thrusters and go side to side. And you don't have the type of problems that we've been experiencing. And so when we're considering new boats,
Absolutely.
that's
Yeah.
the other thing is you don't get that type of corrosion. And you mentioned putting zincs in the water and pulling it. That is definitely one of the problems that you're seeing in those tubes and in the pictures that I see. And the maintenance on those boats especially when they're not run like a Block Island ferry, is a lot different
Yep.
than sitting in a cove where there's a lot of electricity in the cove that's causing damage to the boat. And the last point is, I like what your boat does. I also like what the larger police department boat does. But we have a lot of smaller boats that I was talking about, and in particular, the Boston Whaler that you folks have, and what the police have, and what the harbor master has. That's a lot of boats to handle the other functions. I absolutely agree with Councilman Howe that the main boat you can't replace. That's something that you need to run. But on some of the smaller boats, I think there could be a joint effort there, especially if it's in-water pond rescue, where you need a small inflatable. As I recall, I remember most of the time you guys are going in on somebody falling through the ice,
Exactly.
and you're wearing those suits, and you're not using the boats except, I don't even know if you use the boats. I think you've been putting them on sleds and pulling them out, I think. But anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody fell through the ice, but in any event, that was my whole point. Not to, I'm just saying that I definitely need that type of boat. I just don't like the propulsion system because it's caused you guys a nightmare. Thank you.
There's times I lose sleep over it too, sir.
Lieutenant,
Yes, sir.
so what is your maintenance policy for particularly Marine 4 that's in the water 24/7, 365?
So we make every attempt to pull the boat out yearly to have the painting done, zincs replaced on it. We tend to get, at a maximum, we tend to get about a year and a half worth of time where the paint starts to get to the point where it needs to be done, where the zincs need to be done. All of the maintenance that is done on it is done here in-house, with the exception of any major items. For instance, the last repair that was done on this boat was a transmission and a drive line issue. That was sent out. That's more of a technical repair that requires being covered by warranty. All these items are all bolt-on items that come off every time the boat is cleaned. So every time the boat is pulled out of the water, power washed, prepped for painting, all these items are disassembled and reassembled to be after the painting's been completed and all the cleaning has been completed on them. So for the most part, our policy is doing light maintenance type stuff, is cleaning, painting, oil changes, things of that nature.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the public? Are there any questions from members of the public? I'm sorry, members of the council. Yes, Councilwoman Travis.
Lieutenant, now Marine 4 is stationed in Warwick Cove, you said?
That is correct.
Okay, how many times that boat goes out for, a run or to check it out? I know you do you do them during the summer a lot, but I mean, how many times does it really go out for?
In 2019, that boat went out, was dispatched to a total of 62 runs. That's a mix of here in the city and mutual aid. A majority of that is here in the city. 2018, I don't have the numbers for that, but I had just actually gotten all these numbers together for a report. But yeah.
And sometimes you just go out to run it and check it out and see, how many times do you do that?
We do a lot of training on it. Guys, generally a shift goes out once during the warmer months. A shift will go out once a shift to run the boat up to make sure everything checks out okay. It's all part of the daily checks that go along with the vessels themselves. In the winter, not so much, but we do still train as long as conditions permit when the cove isn't frozen over. This would have been an ideal winter to train had it been in the water, but we put in roughly 100 to 200 hours at least worth of training every year with all the different shifts that are on duty. And that's not just one particular truck. That's not the one truck that covers that. That's a mix from everybody around the city.
And how many usually go on it? I know it's a training, so you have multiple people on that boat, right?
We make the minimum that boat can run and leave the dock with is 3 personnel.
Okay.
On runs, we dispatch a second truck so that there's 5 personnel on that boat. Just because of when you do end up at an incident, the manpower gets used up very quickly. You have one operator of the vessel, you have a navigator of the vessel, and you have the officer that's in charge of the vessel. It doesn't leave a whole lot of hands. So when we do go out on runs, we run with a minimum of 5 guys on that boat at any time. We try to do the same when it comes to training, but minimum personnel for that boat to leave the dock is 3. Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Lieutenant, how many hours on that vessel?
There's 530 hours on the vessel now.
That's the 2007, has 530 hours?
That is not as of 2007. That's as of 2015 when the repower was done. I do not have a number of how many hours were on the engines before that.
Okay. Okay, any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Seconded.
We have a motion favorable, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Lieutenant, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Item 7, 2020-287, SMS Magnet Axum Software, found on page 64. Major, go ahead.
Lori Michaelides on behalf of the Police Department. The Police Department is seeking an exception to bid and authorization to purchase 2 SMS Magnet Axiom software licenses currently utilized by the Computer Forensic Unit within the PD. This product is widely used by law enforcement agencies across the country. This program has the capability to examine both computer and cell phone images and data and create reports, which can then be reviewed by investigators and are court defensible. Each license costs $2,000 per year. We are seeking 2 licenses for a total of $4,000. If approved, the funding not to exceed $4,000 would be from Budget Code 30-340, Service Contracts. If awarded, the 1-year contract would run from May 1st, 2020 through April 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Major. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action. Seconded.
We have a motion for favorable action. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
Item 2020-289, purchase 2020 Chevrolet 3500 heavy duty with plow package, found on page 69.
Good evening.
Go ahead, Director.
Matthew Slitro, Department of Public Works Director for the City of Warwick. We're requesting approval of bid 2020-289 for the purchase of a 2020 Chevrolet 3500 HD with plow package and dump body under Section 56.6. This will be joining on bid for the Greater Boston Police Council, in which they buy all their vehicles.
Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman McAllister.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
And you mentioned that we were able to purchase this through the Greater Boston Police Council.
Correct.
So that's good. So that gives us a wider range because I'm sure Boston buys a little more vehicles than the city of Warwick does. So for
Maybe
us
one or two, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good thing. It helps keep the prices down.
Correct.
So I applaud you for looking for the best way to purchase these.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Director.
Good evening.
So I remember a couple of years ago, we would talk about, with my colleagues over here, that we were always throwing money into old machinery, trying to fix old machinery, and we always had different bids coming in on repairing and replacing parts and one of the things that was in discussion was, maybe we ought to start investing in the future and for the services of the city. And I'm glad to see that this is moving forward. And like that my councilman said, I want to echo what the councilman said. This is nice that it's being done through the Boston Police Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from members of the committee? I'm sorry, members of the council. Any questions from members of the council? Do you have any questions from members of the public? Are there any questions from members of the public? Director, is this a brand-new vehicle?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay.
2020.
I'm sorry?
2020.
And just to kind of keep everybody honest, had you did any search in pricing for a comparable vehicle?
I did, actually. You could buy a vehicle, four-wheel drive with a plow package. You're probably looking at around $72,000 to $74,000. That's not with the dump body. That's just with a regular 8-foot utility body on it. They vary all over the place. I was even considering maybe a used one, but a used one with 22,000 miles on it I just found was $56,000. I mean, and it didn't have the options that we needed, the fish stick, the fisher plow on it, the dump body, the tarp. This thing's completely rigged out for what we need moving forward in the Department of Public Works. And as Councilman Howard alluded to, we try to fix everything that we can. I think we're reaching a breaking point where we need to move forward, invest in some new equipment, because the cost-benefit factor is just not there on certain pieces of equipment.
Had you contacted any other Ford dealers or Chevrolet dealers to get a price on this type of vehicle with this equipment?
Yes, I had, actually. I contacted Chris Hurd Ford, Hurd Chevrolet. I shied away from Ford because our fleet is mainly GMC/Chevy. I didn't want to reinvent the wheel. We've had pretty decent luck. That's not to say you could buy a bad Chevy or a GMC, so that's what we're sticking with.
And why is this a 56.6?
56.6 because the Greater Boston Police Council is not a bid, so it's an exception to bid, so we're jumping on the Greater Boston Police Council's bid. They've done all the due diligence for the city and for their municipality, so we realize that, as the councilman had pointed out, they buy more in volume, so we jumped on their bid. It's already gone through the bid process, and so for us to buy a one-off vehicle, I don't know if we would get the same volume discount that they did.
Is this a vehicle that's sitting in somebody's lot now? Are you going to be able to get this vehicle right away?
Actually, great question. So typically it would take 6 to 8 months to procure a vehicle. This vehicle right now will be delivered to us 8 weeks for the vehicle and 4 to 5 weeks roughly for Degena to put the back end of it on. The back end being, the plow setup, the dump body, the tarp, everything that we need, the hydraulic systems. So it's there now.
And is this going to be replacing another vehicle or in addition to the vehicles that you have now?
Recently, we've had no less than 5 to 6 vehicles go down. We've tried to take parts off one and the other, so I think in the future you're going to see more of this coming forth for the Finance Committee, only because we can only fix it so much. We gave it a great try. And we'll still utilize the vehicles that we have. We're not just looking for brand new equipment just for the sake of having brand new equipment. We put a good effort. My guys did a real good job trying to patch this stuff together.
I agree with that. So, Director, I wanted to get it on the record from you regarding the outreach that you had done.
Correct.
For this particular vehicle and for backing up your price and your request.
Okay.
I also went and did some research on this vehicle with all of these options. And I concur with what your findings were. It was interesting that today I found a very, very similar vehicle, 29 miles, Chevrolet, for $43,000.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the package,
Correct.
It didn't have the dump body and a few other things that were pretty expensive. So in the end, I think you've got a good deal here.
Thanks.
And I think it was important to put that out on the record.
Thanks.
For the taxpayers, that the due diligence was done on your part as well as ours. So I will be supporting this. Any other questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I need a motion.
Move for favorable action. Seconded.
We have a motion for favor. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you,
you.
Director. Okay, moving on. Need, again, an acceptance of the minutes from February 3rd.
Favorable action.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye. Abstain.
We have 2 yes and 1 abstain. Excuse me, if anyone has any questions, please do not shout them out from the audience. You're more than welcome to come to the podium. This is all a recorded meeting, and it will not pick up from the audience. It's sometimes difficult to pick it up from the mics. Sir, identify yourself for the
Yes,
record.
Richard Langseth, Budlong Farm. I was just a little confused about the minutes. You approved the minutes at the beginning of your session. Now you're bringing the minutes up again. I thought it might be a different committee.
We're approving the minutes from the committee meeting held on February 3rd, the Finance Committee meeting held on February 3rd.
And then you, at the beginning of the meeting, there were some other minutes you approved?
That was the Finance Committee meeting as well. It's from the consent calendar.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Langseth, if you'd like, we could have the clerk explain it. It'll only take a second.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
okay. I was just a little...
It's a good question. It's a very good question.
Hi, Mr. Langseth. The first minutes that they approved were from the consent calendar from February 3rd.
Oh, okay.
Second one is the actual finance meeting.
Okay, I got it. Thanks.
Okay,
Thanks.
good question. Thank you. Okay, so moving on, PCR 22-20, we will go to item number 2, PCO 719, that is the Pension Board. And I am going to hold that until the first meeting in March. Need a motion to hold till the first meeting in March.
Motion to hold on March 9th. Seconded.
We have a motion to hold till March 9th. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item number 3, PCR 19519, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance benefits. I'm asking for a motion to hold on, I'm sorry, that's Councilman Sinapi's. Councilman Sinapi. PCR 19519, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance benefits.
All right, so hopefully the resolution speaks for itself. This is basically to address a lot of misinformation that was floating about, especially when we were considering the last CBA, so that the city council can get better educated as to how this works, general public, and those that attend, and also so that we can learn from our union reps and from our retirees and from our administration as to the situation with finances and the benefits going forward. And so we can determine what, if anything, we can do differently and what we can't do differently by law.
And I assume you're requesting favorable action?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Council President.
So I was just looking at the makeup of the committee. So Councilman Sinapi, you'd have an appointment, I'd have an appointment. The president or leader of the aforementioned union. So when you say that, are you talking about a particular collective bargaining group?
So it should be that the unions were named in here individually and that it's one member from each union.
Because it doesn't say that. It says one person designated by the president. Okay, each aforementioned union. So are you talking about municipal, police, fire?
And city. Yes. Municipal, police, fire.
And there's no members of the public?
Unless you want to designate someone.
I mean, seems kind of lopsided, that's what I was saying.
The purpose is to help kind of correct the record and to learn about the benefit structure and what's allowed and what's not allowed if things were to change.
If you're listening to one side, it's, you know, what I'm saying is I think that if you're going to have a discussion or a debate of ideas about what's best, I would think that you'd also want maybe a person from the Chamber of Commerce, the Central Rhode Island Chamber of Commerce.
Sure, I'd welcome an amendment, a friendly amendment, as far as a
maybe-
designee from a member of the public by me, because I have someone in mind.
A public of what? Say that?
I'd welcome an amendment where it would say that I can designate a member of the public, because I have someone in mind who has ample financial experience.
So you're asking to have two appointments then?
Two?
What's that?
What's the other one?
I don't know, it says Councilman Sinapi as chairperson. Well, I didn't know if you meant your designee, so you would be there.
Yep.
And so I was thinking about somebody from the business community also, and maybe a person that is maybe from a resident, but right now that would give you 1, 2, 3, the personnel department as designated by the mayor, and the mayor. So is that somebody from the personnel department?
That's what it says.
Yeah, so, and somebody from the finance department. It just seems like there's all people from the administration or from, the council. There's not too many people, as far as residents go, or people.
We represent the people. The whole point is so that we can get an idea in this. This isn't an us or them scenario. This is a group of people who are trying to figure out the situation.
Right, it's, what I'm saying is, you want a recommendation to come to the whole council. So I was asking you to consider putting some people on there that aren't just from the administration.
There's
Maybe
plenty of people on there not from the administration, including someone of your choice.
So, and maybe I misspoke, but there's two people from the administration and there's one person from each bargaining unit. And I just, that doesn't mean that, as I said, that there's residents or taxpayers that are represented on that.
Again, that's our purpose. That's literally why we exist. This body exists. We represent the taxpayers. So again, though, like I said, if you want to add a designee on my behalf, I'll add another person in. I know someone who's a resident and a member of the business community who has more financial experience than I can ever hope to have. I'll gladly put them on. I don't have a problem with that. What I would have a problem with is making the committee too bloated as far as people goes, because then you're not really going to have a discussion so much as just a mob. I want to actually be able to learn, and I want people who come to learn. I don't want it to be a heated back and forth, because that's not what it is. It's about learning. Everyone on this committee should be learning together, not fighting over things, because that's not the point.
So you're saying if a resident is there, it would cause fights?
Nope. Apparently you are, though.
No, I'm just saying that I think that we don't have much of a cross-section of society represented in this list.
We have Ward 8, we have Mr. Rick's ward, we have your ward or your designee. That's 3 out of the 9 wards right there. The reason why we don't have every council member on here is because what happens when we do have a committee with that many people on it, it's too bloated.
How about a member from the chamber, designee from the chamber?
The Chamber of Commerce?
Yeah, the business community.
Like I said, I already have someone in mind if you want to have someone from the business
Well,
community.
I was just going to have them make their choice and not leave it up to us. They could choose whoever they want.
Like I said, I have someone in mind, and second off, this whole thing, it would have been nice to hear about this prior as per our usual protocol, rather than hearing about it at 6:19 tonight, that you had ideas or suggestions.
So there's a protocol where people get advance notice of not only this, but meetings? Is that what you're saying?
Regarding items to be discussed.
I
on
mean,
the
I didn't
floor.
even get advance notice of meetings, so I mean, this wasn't,
I think you're straying off the topic at hand.
well, you brought it up, not me.
No, I brought up the protocol as far as
Well,
discussing
I was
changes to
saying,
an
do
item.
you have, I mean, this happens all the time on the floor, where
Right.
amendments are
And
made.
The
And
protocol
I was
is
making
that
a
we discuss
suggestion.
it prior, and when
Well,
that doesn't
I
happen,
mean,
there's a
when I
reason
looked at
for
it, it dawned on me, so.
Okay,
I mean,
I'm glad that it dawned on you now, but I'm not going to make a split-second decision and add a glut of people because it dawned on you at this moment. If you'd like to add one designee, for me, that's fine, but otherwise, this is going to happen.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion at the appropriate time then.
So, excuse me. I'm not going to go back and forth on this, but I think it's absolutely imperative that at least one representative from the public have a seat on this commission. And when I say the public, I mean a taxpayer, at least one person who is paying the bills. And I don't see anything on here now. What I do see is I see in 3 different areas as designated by the mayor or department head. That's what I see here. And that seems to me that of the members that are going to be sitting on this commission, there's a fair amount of them that are going to be appointed by the administration. And I'm curious as to your reasoning why you have not included the finance chair in this commission, being that this is probably one of the largest financial issues that we have in the city.
The titles of the various people don't matter to me. What matters to me is getting this heard and getting this done. And I also don't buy into the whole dynamic of the mayor versus the council. So the fact that there's designees of the mayor, again, doesn't do anything for me. The reason why they exist is, you notice, it's a department. If I want to stack the deck with this whole us versus them scenario, it would just say 10 people from the mayor. No, it's from the personnel department because we actually need to know what they have to say. It's from the finance department because we actually need to know what they have to say. Because the problem we keep running into on the floor is that we don't necessarily have all the information we need from the people we need. And rather than guessing, which is what happens far too often, we can actually have everyone together and talk about it together rather than one at a time, and then we talk to the next party, and then we play telephone like I'm in frickin' high school. It's a waste. This gets everybody together like we need to have together. And again, it's not an us versus them scenario. No matter how many times people want to put it into that box, go for it. You're wasting your time. I got a generation of relatives and family that live in this city that pay taxes, all right? I have no interest in hurting them. And frankly, guess what? I'd like to be able to own a house, and I can't due to my tax burden. So guess what? I actually have an interest in this too, shockingly as many might find it. So the continued presumptions and the attacks and us versus them, just annoying and a waste of time. We're all far past high school. Let's act like it.
Well, Councilman Sinapi, I don't find it annoying or offensive or unreasonable to have a member of the tax-paying population other than a member of the city council serving on a commission such as this.
I already said I'd welcome an amendment so I can add a member of the public. I said it several times, in fact.
A member of the public that you are going to select?
Is
or
that a
member of
problem?
the public that's going to volunteer to serve on this commission?
It's both, because I don't have any power to command someone.
No, I understand that, but there's 2 different things between you selecting someone and a member of the public just independently coming forward and saying, you know what, I'd like to serve on this commission because this has a significant impact on what the costs are to the city of Warwick.
My stance is the same.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Sir.
So I just had a question to the sponsor. There was a specific individual named in the resolution. Is Was there a specific reason that that individual was named?
From the perspective he can offer for retirees, because, like I said, I didn't want the committee to be bloated. So to do it, ideally what you'd have is a representative from each union, from the retirees. So each single one. That's too many. The committee would be far too large to get anything done. So instead, I contacted a few people and found out Mr. Simonini would be pretty darn well suited for the role, at least given the situation. Obviously, it's not perfect. He can't represent every retired employee for all the different unions, but he's going to do his best to at least convey the interests that retirees have so that we have that perspective, because obviously I'm not a retiree. None of the other members are going to be retirees. We need to have someone with that perspective there.
My other question was, kind of statement, as I'm sitting here thinking about this more, is somebody from the health insurance field, since this is what we're talking about, someone as, from an organization that has health insurance experience that might be able to advise us regarding costs.
Yeah, so my thought on that, because I ran into a similar problem when it came to getting all the specific areas, is that it made more sense, rather than, again, packing the committee, to have someone come in for one or more of the meetings to explain that, like a professional from, let's say, the trust, or from Blue Cross, et cetera, who can come in and explain, here's how this stuff works. Because again, what I want, and I want the committee to be, is about learning things. And you're absolutely right, that perspective would be vital, and I want to make sure we get it. And that's my plan as far as how to do so. Because again, otherwise we'd have a glut, because then I also need an attorney to come in and give us everything. I need someone from the health side to come in and do everything. It would become a long list, an actuary, an auditor. I mean, it gets ridiculous, unfortunately.
Anything else, Mr. President?
Yeah, and as far as the 6-month deadline goes, how do we come up with that? How often is the commission planning on meeting? And
Sorry for the pause. I'm trying to recall the reasoning for the 6-month deadline, because this was a while ago at this point that this was drafted. I know that the plan as far as meeting was as often as scheduling permitted and as often as necessary, at a minimum of once a month, at a minimum, likely more than that, because I don't want this to drag on. It's too important of an issue. And frankly, the sooner we get a handle on it, the better.
so would you have an objection in making that a sooner period of time, considering all the reasons that you just stated about, that it's an important topic?
No, because I don't want to rush it either. You got to balance both ends of it, unfortunately.
You don't want to rush it?
You can't rush something this vast. That's how you make mistakes. So you need to be able to go quickly and cautiously and wisely without jumping off the cliff by accident.
Sounds like some of the arguments I made recently about how much time we should take to get information on things.
There's always the question of what information one person feels is vital versus another, but that's a story for another day.
Yeah, it's a question of how much it's going to cost you and how long it takes you to figure it out. You're saying it's going to take you 6 months. So it's refreshing, that's all.
It's 6 months to learn the vital components of, let's see, 3-4 different CBAs and all the intricacies and whatnot around it, considering it's multiple areas of professionals. Yeah, no, that seems fair. That makes sense.
So you don't want to put anybody on there that's going to sit there from our health insurance company, or would you have an objection to that would sit there from our health insurance company giving advice at each meeting as they hear issues come up? As you remember, the actuaries came before us, and they were the ones that really red flagged the issue, not only in September, but in years past about the costs. And they were talking in particular about the benefit structure. So I think that it would be helpful to have somebody from our health insurance company, you know, a designee from the health insurance company to advise us what's driving the costs and what's driving the issue with why our unfunded liability on health care is over $400 million. Basically, what they told us was it was the benefit structure plan that needed to be looked at. So would you have an objection to put somebody on there from our health insurance company?
I think I already addressed this by pointing out that we have no problem actually having them come and help educate us on the topic, and if that was deemed necessary for more than one meeting, we can absolutely do that.
So you would so if we made an amendment to put somebody on there from the health insurance company, you would have an objection to it?
Right, because then at that point we should put someone on there from one of the actuaries, one of the auditors, a lawyer for the legal side. It becomes unwieldy. I want this to actually work, not be an exercise in futility.
And we also want to be accurate.
Which is why they'll be not only allowed, but invited, welcomed, and encouraged to attend from time to time so that they can help educate us and so that we can field questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Councilman Ricks.
Question through the chair to Councilman Sinapi. I'm unclear on one item where you referred to a resident of Ward 2 being on the commission, and I'm not certain who that would be.
I don't know what you're talking about, I'm sorry.
Okay, perhaps I misheard the earlier statement. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks, I heard that comment that there was a representative from Ward 2.
Oh, now
So,
I understand.
I don't know what the, okay.
All right, so before, Councilman Ricks was actually listed on here. He has escaped. So ideally, he'll be back in unless he has any objection to that.
No objection here.
Councilman Cawley, did you have any questions? Councilwoman Travis? We have questions from members of the public. Sir, state your name for the record, please.
My name is Richard Langseth, Budlong Farm in Warwick. And I don't usually talk about this kind of thing, but my partner and I were contracted by the city of Warwick to gain some understanding of the health care cost. This was a good number of years ago. I am now in the healthcare business. I work for a Medicaid agency. I've got a degree in this. I've been doing it for 50 years. I'm a resident of Warwick and a taxpayer. So if you're looking for somebody with expertise, you could start right here. I have a problem with the ethics of all of this. If this is a commission, as I understand commissions, the first thing the commission will do will be write a letter to the Ethics Commission and explain that a new agency has been created by the City of Warwick, and please ask all of our members for financial forms. And then any member who is a city employee has to write down, oh yes, I'm a city employee and I'm going to be studying the city employee benefits. And I'm going to be making, I assume, at the end of the day, recommendations about what to do next. This thing's a house of cards. It just can't work because what you're doing is you're having the city employees investigate their own benefits for their own use, and now I understand you may be bringing in a taxpayer, which is good. However, I look at this kind of like the planning board and the Board of Appeals, where you actually have experts and citizens of the community doing the investigations, having staff come by. Staff makes recommendations. They come to votes. and then they move forward. This is typically the way city governments work, and this is the way the Warwick government has worked for many years in most instances. To have the city employees who have the benefit, who are interested in the benefits, be the commission, it just doesn't make any sense to me at all. Every time they do something, they're going to have to go to the Ethics Commission and ask the Ethics Commission if they can discuss this kind of item. And the only thing the Ethics Commission can do is say, well, this is a class that goes beyond you as an employee. For instance, if you're a taxpayer in the city of Warwick and you're the president of the city council, what you do, if questioned, you say, well, I can vote on the tax increase because it's a class action that goes way beyond me, which makes sense. However, if you have a whole group of people who are, just getting all these benefits, it's hard for me to believe that the Ethics Commission can say, well, it's a class beyond us, so therefore we can vote on it. It just doesn't make any sense at all. What we need is a citizens commission, a real one, that goes before the Ethics Commission and presents financial forms and say there are no conflicts of interest, and we are going to study this matter, and we're going to bring in the personnel department, and we're going to bring in the, not insurance, but the benefits administrator, because there is no insurance here, despite the fact everybody thinks there is. There isn't. This is all self-funded. So you bring in the benefits administrator, maybe you bring in the actuary, just like you were running a planning board or a planning board of appeals. It's no different and should not be different. And I would really ask that the city council sit back, reflect on all this, maybe get some professional opinion from its attorney to what we're really creating here, and then move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Just state your name for the record, please.
Sure. My name's Rick Casella. My first question or point is in line with Mr. Langseth in that I think that having citizens on the board is important. The thing that stands out to me is I would think that as a group, if you're trying to assemble people that are immersed in the administration, the delivery, it seems like everybody in this proposed for this commission has something to do with the health benefits and the structure of the contracts, the receipt of the contracts and the collective bargaining agreements. I would think you guys would all know about this stuff already. So if there's a confusion on how to find savings and changes and how things going forward can get better for the beneficiary of the benefit, but also the cost to the city, because that's important as well, that you would have people outside of the circle of people that should know the most about this as it pertains to city contracts and city government, like the average citizen who may not be an employee of the city, may not be a member of a bargaining group, may not be a politician or an appointee of a politician, but rather someone that has a different health insurance plan at his private work, so that you can get some comparisons and say, well, this is what I deal with my insurance. Here's what you guys offer. Here's the difference. And this is where I see that you can make changes and make savings, because I think ultimately what your goal is, Councilman Sinapi, is to find out how we can pay the least amount of money but provide the best services with the insurance packages that we have today. And then I'm thinking also going forward that we would consider maybe an audience with some of the competitors to find out. I mean, I know when you go out to bid on this stuff, you look at others, but I believe that many of the contracts have specifics as to what plan. And that's something that I think historically has been kind of hindering our ability to get a grip on the cost. And then going forward, it may be something we have to look into. So we should find out what people with different plans have and what kind of benefits they have, and how their benefits compare to ours, and how we can provide good benefits for our workers, because I don't begrudge anyone a fair benefit, but we also should look outside the box. And frankly, this is a political body. There's no question that 100% of the representation in Warwick at this point right now, historically, is Democrat. And I'm not saying this is a Democrat-Republican thing, but as the Republican city chairman, which I am currently, I'm having a hard time finding one Republican or one independent or one person with a dissenting opinion or different ideas or innovative new ideas on any board or commission in this entire city. And so obviously, if we're looking to find out how we can do better, then one-party rule hasn't really worked. And it's important, I think, for us to include others from different political backgrounds, different ethnic backgrounds, different socioeconomic backgrounds, whatever we can do to make a nice mix of people that can make real changes that aren't, unfortunately, driven by politics or by history. So I think it's very important that we add, at the very least, 30% of the people on this board should at the very least be from the general public, and how you appoint them or how you vet them or find them, I'm sure you can figure it all out without it being political. But I also think that, like every other board or commission that requires minority appointments, the Republican committee or the Republican City Committee should be involved also. You could say what you want about history and Republicans and President Trump and everyone else, but it's time for us to start to mix things up a little bit. We need to have changes. Warwick deserves a lot better than one-party rule that over 30 years has controlled this chamber and will have historically told you that it was a strong mayor, weak council, and that's always, in my opinion, been the excuse for having things not quite done that the way the taxpayer wanted it to be done. Because there was always some pushback, or it was always like, we got a problem, let's hire a commission, let's get a board, let's get an audit, let's just push it down and then we'll decide what to do later. And then you come up with a solution, or what you think is the right solution, you administer it, and you say, hey, look what we did, we fixed it. But all along, it's been a conglomeration of Republican mayors and Democratic councils that has not been able to get it right, or we wouldn't be out looking to try to figure out how to fix it with this commission. So if you're going to invest time and effort in trying to make things better, this is the perfect nexus, the perfect start is to maybe go along with what Mrs. Langston says, because I think there's a lot of ethical questions that are going to come into play. But this is a very good opportunity for you to show that you care more about knowing, keeping the knowledge in this chamber and getting it out so that the people out there that are suffering because of some of these costs, and the people that are suffering from the indecision or the unknown of what's coming next, get them involved, because that's going to win you a smile. It may not win you a vote, but it's going to get people to say, hey, you know what, at least we're trying here. Because right now, one-party rule hasn't worked, and it's not going to work going forward. My next point, and I really, it's more of a like, wow, you guys, I appreciate your effort to try to instill in Mr. Sinapi that it's important to have taxpayers and residents of the city outside of the political circles and outside of the boards and commissions and the bargaining units to participate. So thank you, Council President, for bringing that up, and some of you other fellas for backing them up on that. But you guys just, it's obvious you don't like each other. And so this rift is not going to help either. His response to your request was way over the line. I mean, that was a reasonable request, and I don't think it was very polite of him to stomp his feet and say, if you want to change my resolution, you can. This should be something that, well, let me finish.
Don't make
I'm not making it
personal, okay?
I'm not making it personal. I'm just saying it was very obvious to everybody in this room that he was not happy that the council president spoke for the people of Warwick, citizens outside this chamber. So that's got to change too, because this is, you know, I'm in a hurry to get this done right, or I want to go slow and make sure it's right. But everything else seems to be, we're always in a rush. You said that it's been held for, you've had this sitting around for months, but you want to get it done quick. I don't understand. Was it held? Was it not ready? We do a lot of holding on the council as well. So I don't know. I'm not better than anybody else, but I can tell you that I want the best for Warwick, and I hope you guys will work towards the same thing with this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Rob Cole, Ward 7. So I read this resolution, and what struck in my mind is that the vast majority of the people that Mr. Sinapi wants to appoint on this commission are beneficiaries of the health care plan. So I have an idea, since Mr. Sinapi stated this is numerous times, this is not an us versus them thing. So why don't we do this? Why don't I have a member of a commission made up of 9 people? 8 of those people will be from the taxpayers, and we'll have one person that represents all the unions. And let's see what the demeanor becomes then. I mean, we could have Don Fife on the committee, a war veteran whose taxes went up $650, who's being forced out of his home. We have Captain Jimmy Burns, flew millions of people around this earth safely, His taxes went up $1,106 this year, living on a fixed income. Or Mr. Dempsey, who has enormous background in government accounting. And myself, and Mr. Cushman, and Mr. Duran. We'll put us on there. People that actually have a background in the ability to do research and present facts that are unbiased. And they're unbiased because we're not beneficiaries. So we're going to stack the deck with beneficiaries. And those beneficiaries are going to perform studies to see how we can cut benefits and possibly save money. It's the most insane thing I've ever heard. It's laughable. Now, I think I've been paying attention quite a bit. And even before Mr. Sinapi was here, we had the actuaries come in. And I can quote the council president as asking the actuary pertaining to the health care, at what point will we be past the point of no return? Mr. Malala asked that question in that seat. And the answer to Mr. Malala was, Mr. Malala, that was 5 years ago. And what have we done since then? Nothing. 5 years ago.
Mr. Cody, could we please stick to your comments and your questions regarding the committee, the commission, the makeup of the commission?
This is about the fundamental reasons why we're having a commission. We're having a commission to study the health care.
I understand that, but keep your comments to why you feel or you disagree with the proposed commission.
Well, you don't have the actuary there. You don't have anybody from the healthcare services there. We're making an $11 million payment a year, if I'm not mistaken, right around $11 million. Last year, our ARC was $23 million. This year, it's $34 million. We're not even meeting that, all right? We haven't been meeting the ARC for years. This is completely biased. And I think you do need to go to the Ethics Commission. But there's no representation on the part of the taxpayer. The only part that we play is writing the check. Our part is in the funding formula. And quite frankly, Mr. Sinapi made a comment that, we do represent all the people. I can, name specific events where the people weren't represented on issues like this. When this council chamber was packed with people on certain appointments and everyone was against it and they were ignored. We're not being represented. So if you want to have this commission and you want to be fair, set up your commission and then set up another commission with the same number of taxpayers. Let them do their research. We'll pay for it ourselves. We'll bring in the experts and let's compare notes. You can't afford what's going on now. The deck is totally stacked, as it's been stacked for years against the taxpayer. We don't know who these people, and Mr. Sinapi is it's going to be his choice. This is the puppet on the strings scenario. We have no representation, and I find it really interesting, the timing of this, when the finance chairman has put a resolution to look at increasing costs, increasing co-pays on health care to try to bail out of the situation that's putting this city into bankruptcy with a $352 million unfunded liability on health care. We're going to put a commission together to study it. I've been hearing that for 10 years. I mean, I have a different mindset when it comes to problem solving because in my entire life, everything that I've ever done professionally revolves around an ability to solve problems rapidly. Whether it's in an airplane, underwater, up 20 stories on a building. We don't have 6 months. He doesn't want to drag it out, right? Doesn't want to drag it out. 30 on the 6th, I wish he had the same mentality. Point
of order. Stop this. Point of order. Between the Open Meetings Act and Rule 19, this is long overdue. Stop it.
You're wrong.
Mr. Cody, stick to the reason that you agree or oppose this proposed commission.
Well, I think I've made my point, but I think I can also address specific verbiage that came from the councilman, that we don't want to make mistakes and we don't want to rush. This is a financial issue. Where's the continuity in that logic of thinking when it comes to the rest of the situation, as I was pointing out as February 6th? That's my point,
And
right?
Rule 19
That's my
and
point.
Open Meetings
Excuse me.
Act again.
First of all, I can't hear what either of you is saying if one is talking over the other.
I thought I had the floor.
I request a
And there
ruling
is
on
a
my point of
call
order.
Point of order. Your point of order, sir?
One, it's definitely outside the Open Meetings Act to be discussing the firefighter contract during this. Second off, especially when it's...
I didn't hear him say
Not discussing.
anything
I'm not
about-
done talking. And then also, he's bound by Rule 19 to be in this chamber with decorum when he's speaking. And he's obviously not when he's doing personal attacks, as you yourself have noted and stopped him. Enough's enough.
There's no personal attack here, Mr. Chairman. This is about facts, and
Excuse me. Councilman Sinapi, are you through?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Cody, last time, do you have anything more to say about whether this is a good idea, bad idea, or what you would
This is a terrible idea, Mr. Chairman. And I think one of the biggest points is the fact that the finance chairman has not been invited to sit on this. Right? So this is completely one-sided, totally one-sided. It's obvious. And I'd like to know what the end result is. From this commission, what are we looking forward as the end result? Is it, hey, maybe we need to streamline benefits and save money? Hey, maybe we should pick a couple different health care plans to cut costs? Let me ask Mr. Sinapi through the chair, what is the end result that we're looking for from this commission? Could we name 2 or 3 goals that we hope to achieve?
Mr. Cody, you know we don't answer questions.
Well, there again lies the problem, isn't it? You just said, anyone from the general public have any questions? I thought that's what this forum was about, right?
Okay.
That's
So
what you
is
said.
he entitled to ask the question? Fine.
Of course
Okay,
I am.
I stand corrected. Go ahead.
So I would like the individual that's going to put this commission together to maybe give us 2 or 3 points of what the goals are associated with it, because the documentation and the resolution doesn't lay that forth to the general public.
Councilman Sinapi?
I've already stated that during this meeting.
May I get something against this? I have a hearing problem.
Mr. Cody, I am quite capable of asking questions. Mr. Sinapi, Mr. Cody asked the question, maybe he didn't hear the answers the first time, and I don't think that it would be a major issue if you could repeat those answers to those 3 questions, if you would be so kind.
So I'll read it from the resolution for you. To review the legal aspects related to health care benefits as provided by collective bargaining agreements. To review the current landscape of benefits offered in comparison to future benefits, such as increasing the need for more funds to address the prior administration's deferred capital improvement/infrastructure investments. And to discuss reasonable expectations of the unions, the council, and the mayor, and or their designees. I know you mentioned that it wasn't in the resolution, but it is. In addition, the other things that I mentioned during this meeting were so that everyone can come to the table and actually learn a thing or two about everyone else's perspective. Because the big issue that we seem to have, and that I keep seeing, is that everyone has only one perspective and they refuse to consider others. However, when you're forced to sit at the table with those who have another perspective, you don't really have much of a choice other than to actually start considering that XYZ might have a point, or at a minimum, you at least learn and understand why their point is not valid. One way or another, everyone learns at that table, everyone benefits, and we come out better for it.
Well, I read it. I still don't see the goals. I see what you want to discuss, but I don't see what the goals are, because to me, when you set up a commission, you want to have specific goals. And one of them, since this is probably the biggest financial issue in the city of Warwick, which is going to eventually put us into receivership, one of those goals should have been, how can we streamline costs? How are we going to do that What objectives do we want to meet so we can strive to knock down this unfunded liability that goes up arithmetically every single year? We're only making an $11 million payment. We need to make a $34 million payment. That has to be the primary reason for the commission to look forth as to cut down the burden of the taxpayer. I don't see it clearly written. It's not clearly spelled out in this commission. And the fact that the taxpayer is once again not being put forth as first on the list, who's paying the bill, it's ridiculous. And I take objection to it, and I'm offended to the fact that the Finance Committee chairman is not on it, and that at minimum, it should be a 50-50 taxpayer and whoever else. But it's not. Once again, the taxpayer takes it on the chin for political reasons. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Chair, if I may, I have a suggestion, and
Sir.
it may or may not address comments by Mr. Dempsey, I don't know. But one of my suggestions would be that we simply change it so that every council member is either on the committee or their designee. That should give the numbers so that neither the unions nor anyone else on that side has a majority. That gives the people, via the council, even numbers and even representation. So then also, the finance chair would have the option of being on, given that every council member would be on or their designee. That would solve a lot of problems all at once.
Duly noted. Mr. Dempsey.
Roy Dempsey, Ward 1. I come opposed to this, and I'm also insulted. I'm insulted that someone can say to the chair in explaining this particular resolution that they have a lot to learn, that there's information that's out there that they don't have, and yet we've seen for years now, we've had financial auditors come before this board, before the council, which we pay for. We've had pension actuaries that come before this council, which we pay for. We have health insurance actuary come before this council, which the taxpayers have paid for. So there's a lot of information out there. I don't see where the heck there's more information that's going to be given that's not already there, and that if these reports were read, you'd be able to come forward with some ideas of how changes can be made. I see an unruly commission being put forth here, one that how are 9 or 10 people in a room, all with varying points of view, going to come with any type of consensus at all? And now we have, apparently the retirees are going to be organized to the extent that the councilman says that he is apparently, maybe I heard it wrong, he's going to represent the retirees. How is that? How does that go? You know, I see just something where nothing's going to get done. It's sort of something like, hey, let's put a little BS into the system and we'll get this thing so it's never straightened out. Why doesn't, my suggestion would be that this particular councilman, and I don't know if any are tied into this, should initiate a resolution with putting forth what he thinks should be done. Put that forth for debate. Let the unions or wherever, the mayor's people come before and then initiate actions or say why or why not that particular resolution is good. Apparently, like you, Councilman Lattiser was going to put forth a resolution which was going to be brought forth for debate. And at that point, various parties could come before you to make suggestions, including every union here and including the retirees. But now, there's nothing put forth on paper, and it's just going to be a commission of 10 people, which may not even be a valid commission because there may be legalities as which put forth here. But I would think if we're going to try to solve anything, we'd get something on paper which could then be discussed. The changes that should somebody, whether it's you, Councilman, or others, or other council people, think should be made, and then brought forth for debate, and hopefully an output which is going to be, palatable to most people, if not all. Everyone's not going to be a winner in it. Let's face it. But this thing here, this is just you look at it, it's just a delay tactic. This is just a delay tactic in order to try to run things forward. without getting anything resolved, and who gets screwed at the end? The taxpayers. Taxpayers are taking it on the chin. You know, and I'm dead set against this. I believe it gets us nowhere. Gets us nowhere. And I think it's an insult to the taxpayers who, as I said, have paid for all these experts to come before you with all their expert opinion in their reports, and apparently aren't being read. Aren't being read by a particular council person who is putting forth this, which is an insult. Thank you.
So, I can tell you this. I don't need a study commission to tell me whether or not what's going on and what has been going on for 20 years is sustainable. We know it's not. We've had professionals come before us numerous times and tell us it's not. And what's happened is this has just been another ball that's just been kicked down the road. And no one wanted to have discussion on it. Nobody wanted to have debate on it because it's a political hot potato. Nobody wanted to touch it. Well, I put forth an ordinance that has forced the debate. Let's debate it on the floor. We can have all the conversations that we want when this legislation has been completed in draft. A study commission that is made up of 7 beneficiaries and 2 council members, that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that there are no members of the public who are not employed by the city, who live in the city, are not involved in this debate or involved with this commission. I said earlier, prior to the other comments, that it was concerning to me that the finance chair wasn't put on this commission. This is by far the single most expensive budget that we have in this city, short of the cost of the schools. And it's something that everyone wants. I understand, I get it. But it also needs to be, or you need to admit to yourself that it's also something that you want to keep and you want it to be there. And you've heard this for years. And for years, it was just said, okay, we'll leave it the way it is, and we're not going to open up this debate because it's problematic politically to have this debate. And that's okay. Because ultimately, the voters decide whether we stay or go. And while I'm here, I want to engage in that debate. And I want to have the members of the public involved in that debate. We've had too many committees and commissions over the years that the members of the public were not included in the debate. And let's have the debate right here on the floor. I docketed an ordinance a couple of months ago. It was discussed, excuse me.
At a of abundance of caution, we'd want to leave that item, which
Okay.
is in the ordinance committee, so any of the substantive details
Okay, respect it.
can come before ordinance at the later time,
Okay.
but we're still in finance.
So I am not going to support this resolution, not because I disagree with the concept of the commission or the fact that I didn't have a seat on this commission. I can put forth an amendment to create that seat. That's not going to change the dynamics of this commission. The dynamics of the commission needs to be fairly and equitably weighted so that everyone has a say in what the results are of this commission. And the makeup of it, as I see it here now, it doesn't do that. Not in my eyes, it doesn't do that. And before I ask for any additional comment from members of the committee or the council, I do want to defer to our legal counsel here this evening, because there was a point brought up regarding whether or not this commission or its intent or its concept or its makeup has to be vetted before the Ethics Commission. And I think that we need to get some guidance from you on those comments.
As we don't have the fully named individuals here, there's certainly a question for, as we comprise this commission formally with the appointees named, that those individuals at least take into consideration and be in communication with the obligations under the state ethics law.
Just, could you repeat that, please, into the mic, please? He's going to repeat it. Go ahead.
The commission is not currently named the 9 individuals as presented here, but as the commission were to meet, it would be the recommendation that all individuals participating, once named, or any others that are named through any future amendment, if this resolution were to go forward, would consider and be in communication of the obligations under the ethics laws.
So would your recommendation or suggestion be that we hold this item until such time as the members or the makeup of this committee is identified, and then get an opinion from ethics prior to the formation?
That is a question that is discretionary as far as the members of this committee would like to make the recommendation as to what amendments they would like to make.
Let me rephrase it. In the abundance of caution, not to run afoul of Ethics Commission violations, would it be in the best interest of this committee to make a recommendation that the members of this proposed commission be identified and at such time deferred to ethics for an opinion?
In prior practice, there has been a process whereby designees have been formally addressed for commissions through this council. So there would be a future opportunity to name such individuals. Their underlying obligations, whether we put the requirement in the resolution or not, their obligations, whoever may serve, should take into consideration the state ethics laws. So whether or not it's in this document as a standard requirement, all individuals that engage in these items are ultimately responsible for their actions or inactions as it pertains to the state law.
So, in simple terms, it is up to the individuals who are appointed to this commission to acquire their own ethics committee rulings if he or she chooses. Short of that, it's not anything that is required to vote on this particular resolution.
Yes.
Okay. Councilman McAllister.
I request a 5-minute recess.
Second.
Granted.
I didn't have glasses, and I was at West Point, and I was trying to read some fine print, and I'm doing this. I'm like, oh, it's the light. I'm making excuses. And my friend Kevin throws it. We go to West Point every year. He throws me the glasses, and I called him a name. I'll tell you the name later. He goes, put them on. So I go like this. He's like, yeah, you're welcome. And he gave me these because he had them, and they were perfect. I guess they're like 001 or something like that.
Gentlemen, are we all set? Finance Committee has been reconvened. Councilman Sinapi, I'll defer to you.
So, based on all the comments, especially members of the public and some of our fellow council members, I have an idea I want to actually put to paper and fix the composition. I don't want to bungle it by rushing tonight. So I'd prefer to hold this to the next meeting, the meeting next one. I think that's the first meeting in March 9th. That way I can get the verbiage right so that we have members of the public here and we have certain council members available as well. That way we get a much better mix.
Thank you for that, Councilman. Thank you for your consideration on this. I think it's a very good suggestion. Hearing that, I would make a motion on behalf of the sponsor to hold PCR 195-19 until the first meeting in March 9th.
Seconded.
We have 2 seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. PCR 1120, a resolution relative to repairs to damage at Lippert Park. Anyone here from DPW?
Oh, he's walking down the stairs.
Anyone here from DPW?
He just walked down the stairs.
He just walked down the stairs. Could somebody get the Director Salitro, please? He's just walking down the stairs. Maybe he didn't hear me calling him. So, Director Salitro has left the building? Okay. So, Mr. DePasquale, would you please come to the podium? Thank you, Chief. I apologize for having to call you down, but apparently Director Salitro has left. Don't we have an ordinance in place that requires the director of a department to be here when there are issues from their department on the calendar? Oh, sorry, Chief, the mic's not on.
Legal counsel? I don't know if it's an ordinance or a resolution. I'm sure legal counsel could tell you that.
Chief, whether it was a resolution or an ordinance, I think it's pretty rude to just leave the chamber knowing that there are next two items that are coming up require your presence here to answer questions from the committee.
I'll try to do my best.
Can you comment to that?
I'll try to do my best. I'm here.
But can you comment to why a director would leave the chamber knowing that there are items at this committee that he or she will be called upon to address?
Again,
Just walked out of the chamber as I was calling that item.
a point of order, is this on the docket?
This is the docket.
Is
This
the-
is a resolution directed at the director or at DPW.
Right.
This is the docket.
It's calling for something, and it's not calling for discussion of the director or his job performance. It's calling for something to get done.
The director left the building. I am asking the chief of staff as to...
I don't know why he left the
Okay.
building. I do not know why. I don't know if it's an emergency. I don't know if he was ill. I don't know if the flu has stricken him. But if there's something I could help you with,
Okay.
we can, I'll try to do my best.
All right, I don't... Well,
Sorry.
what knowledge do you have, chief, of this particular item right here?
Is there a question? I don't know. Is there a particular question?
So, are you familiar with the damage that occurred to the entrance at Lippert Park?
Very little. I mean, I know of it.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that an automobile, I believe, or a truck, a vehicle, crashed through the 6x6 barriers and also damaged the bike rack, tipping it over, bending it over into the travel of pedestrians and members of not only that community but surrounding communities?
I heard about the incident, and at least from the city's perspective, everything was ameliorated to meet the concerns of public safety.
So, Chief, this is like particularly frustrating at this point because this is a conversation that should be taking place with the director. It's actually, it's really not fair that you have to be up here now, but you're the only one that's left here. So, what took place here on, I believe it was November 14th, this accident occurred. And for several days, this particular location was essentially left with just caution tape put around it. I don't know who did that, who put the caution tape around this area. There was certainly exposure to health and safety of anyone walking through there because you have a 6x6 that was literally severed about a foot from the surface of the ground, and a cone was put in front of it. And you have two sections of bicycle rack that was damaged and bending over in the path of travel. On November 17th, I sent a request in to the director of DPW asking that action be taken to deal with that safety issue. And I sent several requests in for that safety issue. And it wasn't done. What was done was somehow a ginormous barrier from Rhode Island DOT was placed over there and a cone. This just continued on and just wasn't being addressed. In terms of just cut the bicycle rack out, make it flush to the ground so no one can get hurt and we don't face any liabilities or lawsuits. And take that 6x6, cut it flush with the ground so we can eliminate any dangers to not just my constituents there, but anyone else that visits that particular area. And it wasn't done. So we get to the point, I get to the point where, what else do you do? You're making the requests, and you're not getting any replies, you're not getting any responses, and you're not getting any action. So this is why we're here with the resolution. And it was noted or suggested at one of the recent meetings that DigSafe had to be consulted first. Not true. You don't need DigSafe to cut anything level to the ground. DigSafe had nothing to do with it. And then it was recently suggested that, matter of fact, a copy of an insurance check was presented to one of my constituents via email, which is what exactly we would expect. We would expect the insurance company to reimburse the city for the damage that was incurred. And my question to the director, that he's not here to answer, perhaps you may be able to answer, is this to suggest that no action was taken at that particular location because we were waiting for an insurance check?
I'll suggest this. Public safety was never in jeopardy. I think what the discussion may be is the answer as to how to mitigate a problem A can be mitigated in two different ways. Out of respect, you may think it should have been done in a different way. At no point in time was public safety jeopardized. Now, how my Public Works Director decide to mitigate that versus the myriad of other ways it could have been mitigated probably could be argued. But I have a tremendous amount of respect for my Public Works Director, and I know for a fact that the mayor will never put anyone's life in jeopardy. And certainly in this matter, it may have been barricaded in a way that was a little different, but that doesn't necessarily make one way more appropriate than others.
Chief, so I respectfully disagree, and I can assure you that there's a good amount of my constituents that live in that area that disagree. The point being is it would have taken virtually 20 minutes, maybe a half an hour of effort to completely eliminate the possibility of anyone getting injured by simply doing that. But it wasn't. It was just no reply, no response to the emails or the request to do it.
One of the issues, if I just may, is that by cutting that blockade down level, one of the concerns is that someone else could go forward and go past the point where they should be going. And so thus the barricade, makes sense at that time.
No, Chief,
I'm
no,
saying,
the bicycle-
you
it was
disagree with me,
Chief, it
but
was
I'm
a-
saying that's another perspective.
But let me explain to you why I disagree. Because the bicycle rack had nothing to do with, stopping people from going anyplace.
Well, I thought we
And not-
suggested that
the
the
six
wooden
by
barrier,
the 6x6s
would
were
be
to keep
cut
vehicles.
level.
They were to keep vehicles
Right, so
from
once
going
we cut
through
it
there.
level, we can't keep the vehicles from it. I think
Yes,
that's all
yes,
I'm
you could.
suggesting.
Yes, you
That's
could.
all
You're
I'm
not going to get a
suggesting.
vehicle through this little space. But the point is, it could have been just very simply done with no effort, instead of just saying, forget it. It's not going to happen.
Well, I think there was a barricade there, wasn't there?
There was? There was, the cones were put there. And as opposed to just simply making it level and cutting out those two racks that were bent over that someone could have easily fallen on or got hurt on.
But then the propensity for someone to go forward past that point would have remained.
No,
because
that-
there would be
no.
no physical barrier. And I think that was some of the deliberate discussion about
Chief,
that.
anybody, you can walk through there at any time you want. The barriers were to keep a car from going through there, not a person. And the bicycle rack wasn't a barrier. It's just very, very frustrating, that numerous requests are made to take care of something as simple as this.
I will say, and this is out of a tremendous amount of respect, the Public Works Department does receive many, many requests throughout the city. Most people that sit home don't take a request and tie it to a particular ward or the mayor. They just say, hey, listen, can you show up because I have an issue. And we all know the constraints that are placed upon the city budget. We all understand that there's a whole list that forms of requests. And somehow they have to be triaged in a way that addresses all these concerns in a timely fashion. And so I believe my Public Works Director does a very good job with what he has in terms of equipment and manpower to try to get at every single request. Now, I understand as a particular councilman or councilwoman, the most important thing is what's happening in your ward. And that's okay. But just from our perspective, I just offer this up. The mayor, Mayor Solomon, addresses all these concerns throughout the entirety of the city. And he only has so many resources to go around, so time needs to be scheduled so that we can get it. That's all I offer.
So do you think 14 weeks, waiting 14 weeks, that's 3.5 months to have a 20-minute repair done or remediation done to take that ultimate step to protect anyone from getting injured over here? You think that was too much to ask? You think that 14 weeks is acceptable to wait?
I think 14 weeks to get that situation the way you think it should be done is whatever that is. I think to mitigate it in the time that the department did immediately is exactly what happened. Now, you can disagree on how it should be done. Do you put a barrier there? Do you put tape there? Do you cut things down? Ultimately, he is the director, and we rely on his judgment. And the judgment there was purely on public safety. Now, whether or not it was to mitigate it in the same way you thought it should have been mitigated, that's probably up for healthy debate. But at no time was the public ever in jeopardy.
Okay, well, I know my constituents that live there certainly have a differing opinion. Having said that, Chief, I again didn't mean to put you on the spot. You're here speaking to things that are not in your everyday wheelhouse in terms of what you're overseeing. So I do appreciate you saying what you said. Having said that, it does appear as though the 2 bike racks have been cut back flush to the soil. That 6x6, Chief, I do need someone to get back there and trim it flush because it's still 4 or 5 inches up. And at the last council meeting, I had asked Director Salitro politely and courteously if he would have someone over there to take care of what my suggestions were. And his response was, I'll consider it. That was the response. I'll consider it. So I'm not going to put to a vote this item tonight because there has been, after 14.5 weeks, at least some attention given to it. It is my understanding that a check has been received from Progressive. And the reason I was questioning that is because we've had many traffic accidents involving police cars and fire vehicles and DPW vehicles. Never seen anybody wait for the insurance check. It's fix it. We've had street lights taken out by vehicles. And it wasn't, oh, we have to wait for the insurance check to come in. It's fix it, because we're going to get reciprocated. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hold this for 1 month. And the other questions that I had for Director Salitro, and maybe you can get the answers, I can send it to him in writing tomorrow, and maybe I'll get a reply, was my understanding is the pots were ordered. And I would like to know when the pots were ordered and when the department expects to receive those replacement parts to take care of that, and when it will be taken care of. Is that a reasonable
Understood.
request?
Understood.
Thank you, Chief. All right, I will make a motion to hold this till March 24th. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Chief, if you could.
Sure.
So PCR 1320, a resolution to the DPW that signage be erected as stated in PCR 14419. Brief scenario, this is up around the Del Judas Park area. I received numerous requests from constituents to take a look at what's going on there with the traffic and the dangers, et cetera, particularly with so many youngsters playing in that park, and also their adolescents and adults that bring these children and supervise these children at that park. The request for a traffic study was submitted by me, which I'd point out that traffic studies only can be requested through the legislative branch. The traffic study was performed, it was approved, and it was unanimously voted on by this body. And I believe that goes back to perhaps October-ish, somewhere thereabouts. I don't have that date right in front of me. And those signs still have not been erected. And that's of concern, because the police report says that the stop signs are necessary. There is a problem up there with speeding. There is a problem with these intersections that they approve those signs for. And after several requests to have those signs put up, they're not erected. And that is why this resolution is here this evening. I held it last meeting. Quite frankly, I was requested to hold these items to give the department the opportunity to take care of them. And here we are now at this meeting, and they're not taken care of. Are you familiar at all with that, Chief?
I did hear, again, I do so much, during I know. Heard. I didn't know the timing, and I still don't know the timing in terms of when the traffic report was issued, what the backlog is with signage, ordering signage, employee disbursement in terms of scheduling other activities throughout the city. I'd have to look at all that. My guess is it's a combination of both a scheduling issue and an ordering issue.
So, Chief, this goes back to October 7th, is when this resolution was approved by the council. Chief, we approved the budgets for the sign material. It doesn't take October, right? November, December, January, February. Here we are, 4 months of asking that these signs be put up. It's a stop sign. I'll bet you we have stop signs sitting on the shelf that we don't know what to do with. And if we don't, it certainly doesn't take a lot of time to bang out a stop sign and get it put on a pole or a telephone pole. So it's 4 months. I don't understand the reasoning why, this, particularly where this is, we can argue about whether or not a bicycle rack that's sticking out in the middle of a path of travel or a severed 6x6 is something that is a danger to the residents that live there. We can certainly agree to disagree on that, but I think it would be difficult to disagree on a traffic study that says, yes, these stop signs are necessary. And it's right near a park where children play all of the time. But yet those signs were not erected.
Again, my guess, and it would only be a guess, is because of time management, while in a vacuum that seems to be a very light ask, if you will, it's not in a vacuum. I don't know how many units before this in terms of man hours are dedicated to other projects throughout the city by the director. Again, it's unfortunately, we can't live in a vacuum where it's one issue, and that issue is number one, and all the other issues are not number one, because everyone's issue is number one. So there is an element in time, and the question you ask, I hear, but I know for a fact it's not because of any other reason other than either time management or some other thing that I'm unaware of.
So I would think that there would be at least some consideration of priority on the things that are going on in all 9 wards. Priority being, is it more important to trim some brush? Is it more important to trim some brush than it is to take the time to put these signs up to protect the folks that live over near Del Judas Park and the youngsters that walk to and from that park and that play near that park?
I would argue they're both equally as important. The brush many times leads to rodents. The rodents also, and many times, endanger local playgrounds. So in triaging in this, and I've been doing it a long time, there's not a real really easy answer between what is worse, a stop sign or rodents in brush. I would say they're equally as important to the residents who pay the taxes.
Chief, do you know if the department keeps a record of when a request comes in from a member of the city council who's an elected official and when that request was completed or denied? Is there any records of that?
I believe the director has his means in which to manage those. Since that is his number one priority in terms of directions from the administration and the calls that come into the public, time management and understanding where the request comes in relative to your schedule in terms of manpower is very, very important to each and every director, and I would imagine it'd be no different than for the Public Works Director.
So you think that there would be a record of, when these requests
And again,
come
the
in?
devil's in the details. A record meaning, is there a spreadsheet that's calculated to the minute? Is there worksheets per day? Probably the latter is most probable.
Okay. All right, again, Chief, sorry you had to come to the podium. I still don't feel as though, through no fault of yours, based upon what knowledge you have and don't have on these issues, I don't feel that this, has been properly vetted, and I absolutely believe that my constituents, our constituents, all of our constituents, are entitled to something much quicker than 4.5 months to get a sign up, or 14 weeks to have what I, as the council person in that particular ward, construed as a danger to the people that I represent, or a possible danger to the people that I represent.
I think we share your concern that we would wish to have more resources than we all did. And unfortunately, we don't. When we don't have resources, we have to, spread thin what we do have. And so I do agree that I wish we had more resources to do each and every request that minute. That's just not the world we live in, and it's unfortunate, but I think most people understand. But I understand, and that's all really I have to add to that.
I understand reasonable, and I understand patience, but I also understand pushing the envelope. Thank you, Chief. Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, I make a motion for favorable action on PCR 1320, requesting that the DPW install these signs as unanimously approved by the City Council and supported by a traffic study. You need a second? Councilman McAllister?
Without having the director here, I just want to make sure that, so these haven't been put up as of today, because it sounded like the first one that you talked about, there was a resolution that came. This one here, they haven't been put up today, because the director isn't here, so I just want to make sure we have all the information.
So, Councilman, with regard to PCR 1120, I didn't say a resolution had been completed. I said what they did was they removed the immediate obstacles that pose a safety issue to the people that I represent. I have also been informed that a payment was received from the insurance company.
I didn't mean to go back on something we already did. Just on this specific one.
Okay, so on this specific one, the director is not here. I can't help the fact that he left the chamber. However, I am here, and I am the councilman in this ward representing this particular issue. And this is a ward issue. Just as tomorrow or the next day, this could be an issue or a similar issue in your ward. Right now, I have an issue in my ward that my constituents have been waiting since long before October 7th. First, the request came to me. Then a traffic study had to be done. Then the language had to be drafted. Then it had to come before the city council. We can't help the logistics and the problems of government and how these wheels turn so ridiculously slow. We can't help that. But what we can do is we can react sooner to priority issues. Now, this isn't about, well, you didn't fill my pothole and you cut his tree branch. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about an issue where I have youngsters that go to that park. I have adults and I have adolescents that go to that park with these youngsters. And we have issues documented by a traffic study that says the traffic issues there are a problem. And they're a problem for the safety of the people that live there, my people that live there. And these signs have been ignored and they haven't been put up. So yes, I'm angry about it, absolutely angry about it. And if this is what we got to continue to do, fine, so be it. It doesn't need to be that way. It doesn't take 4 months to put up a few stop signs. And hopefully this issue doesn't arise elsewhere, but if it does, it's a ward issue. And that's what I have here. I have a ward issue that I need to address for the benefits of my constituents, the people that I represent.
And this was, as you mentioned, this was, had the police study, this was passed, we voted on this.
We did.
Unanimously.
We did.
And to go forward. That's all. I just wanted to read the actual language in this.
I'm sorry,
with all that.
Councilman, I didn't mean to take it out on you.
You're advocating
but
for your constituents.
The frustration is at the boiling point.
Yeah, okay. I will second your motion.
Thank you. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. PCR 1520, resolution relative to school bonding consideration for the 2020 ballot. I'll defer to Council President. Council President? It's not drafted. PCR 1520, resolution relative to school bonding consideration. Not drafted.
I think this is reverberating, by the way. It sounds really crinkly in that speaker.
Just identify yourself for the record, please.
Sure. Kyla Pecchia, Office of the Council Solicitor. What was the question, Council President? I'm sorry.
I think we had a conversation about, and I might be missing the correct one, but this is regarding the bond for schools. And Kyla, correct me if I'm wrong, you were looking for information from bond counsel, was it?
It's my understanding that anything relative to bonds has to be drafted by your bond counsel and not your council solicitor.
March 24th? March 9th? Well, that's why I'm asking. It's going, Council President, that's going out Friday.
All right, so I just, I'm just we can docket something 48 hours. I mean, you can put something on 48 hours in advance, but I'm just concerned as to what the school committee is requesting and needs. So that's why I said March 9th. If it doesn't work for March 9th, we can always kick it to March 24th, but they have to get their bond proposals up to the General Assembly soon.
Right.
And I don't think we want to be the cause of it, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? On behalf of the sponsor, I'll make a motion to hold until March 9th.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Finance Committee is adjourned at 8 o'clock.
I call the Ordinance Committee at 8:03. First up on the docket is the acceptance of the minutes of a committee meeting held on February 3rd. Do I have a motion for favorable action?
Second.
Moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. First up is PCO 15-19 Sub A, an ordinance regarding health insurance for city employees. This is Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Marola. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Respectfully request to hold this until March 23rd.
Okay, is there any questions from the committee on this ordinance?
Yeah, I have, well, not so much questions as comments.
Councilman Sinapi.
This ordinance is just remarkably not allowed by law. We already have opinions from couple attorneys on this. So while given in line with our former and precedents as far as holding things per the request of the sponsor, that's all well and good, but to be clear, I can and will be voting no on this, especially as it's currently written, where it's blatantly not allowed. Plus, especially when the whole point of the commission that I'm forming is to look into this, I think it's kind of a little premature. And given that these CBAs in question are not coming up for a long time, the commission will be done long before, so there's no reason to rush through an ordinance that we already know is not allowed by law. It's just a waste, and we don't need more litigation. Not when it's just going to cost us and the taxpayers. Waste of time and money.
Any other comments from the members of the committee? Any comments from members of the council? Councilman Ladders.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Certainly respect Councilman Sinapi's opinion. However, I am working with the council solicitor, Mr. Conley, on revisiting the language in this ordinance, thus the reason for holding it till March 23rd. The language will be revisited, and at such time, when it's in draft form, will be presented to this council, and we can have the debate on the council floor. So that's the request. Hold till March 23rd. It's not interfering with anyone. It's not creating any problem. It's not tying up anyone's time. It's something that, as the primary sponsor of this legislation, along with the council president, is in the drafting form.
Councilman, I think you misunderstood me. I didn't say you were wasting your time. I said we were going to, at least in my opinion, go along with the prior precedent of holding something. I think in its current form, it's a waste of time and effort to pass because of all the reasons I stated. I'm not saying your efforts to make things better in this city is a bad idea.
Well, duly noted, Councilman. So, again, the point, Mr. Chair, is that's the reason for holding it. I think I've said it a couple of times, because I, along with the council president, are working with our council solicitor to rework, redraft the language. So to say that you can't do this and you can't do that when you don't even know what the finished product is somewhat premature. So let's wait till we see what the finished product is, and then you can make a decision. And by the way, we all have the right to vote yes or no. If you don't like the language, or you disagree with it, or you don't think it's legal, or you don't think it's doable, vote no. That's fine. But in the interim, this is a debate that needs to take place. I am asking to hold till March 23rd as the primary sponsor to afford me the opportunity to redraft the language and present it to this council for debate.
Thank you. Any other questions for members of the council?
Yes, I had a statement.
Councilman Marola.
The idea of this ordinance was to emulate what the state had for benefits. I recognize there's a question about negotiation and collective bargaining, etc. And I also recognize there's case laws to the exceptions to that also. But if we implemented the same healthcare plan that was approved through collective bargaining at the state level, a maximum tax increase in the city of Warwick is around 8.2 million. If we implemented the same plan that state employees have, it would be a $5 million savings per year. I don't care if somebody said, take that $5 million and put it aside rather than 2 or 3% for future employees. What we heard, and this isn't Steve Marola talking, this was our actuaries, is that it's unsustainable. And to me, I thought it was a reasonable solution to look at, in particular the state, what the state's doing, and implement those changes for future contracts, not to get into as many details as I just did. But I think it's a worthwhile cause. I would note that we just went out to bid for our healthcare contract. Those bids will be opened up March 10th, I believe it is. And then those healthcare contracts with different provisions in them will be voted on by the city council. I think it's important to address these issues. I've said before, and I think everybody on the council agrees, that it's not in our best interest to pass resolutions or pass ordinances when we know we can't keep those promises. It's not good for employees, it's not good for taxpayers, it's not good for the city. And that's not what I'm saying, that's what our actuary said. We have to change that benefit structure. It'd be nice to have the collective bargaining units come along and do that at the same time. That hasn't happened. I keep hearing year after year after year, we'll address it in the next contract. We'll address it in the next contract. And it keeps, the amount of money that we owe is astronomical. I mean, we went through this with the actuaries where they said it was $480 million if we didn't include a rate of return on investments. So be interesting to find out what their calculation is if they don't make that assumption next time and they implement the 2 or 3% that we got for new employees, how much it's going to go up. It's, you know, from going from a $23 million annual required contribution to $34 million, that's not good for anybody. I mean, we're going to be considering bonds for the schools, raises for people. I get all that, but if you're promising benefits and you know you can't keep them, what are we doing? Thank you.
Thank you. Any people from the public would like to speak on this? Just please identify yourself for the record, sir.
Joe D'Antonio, Ward 7. I appreciate the opportunity to speak real quick. I don't mean to keep beating a dead horse on this, but I believe it was the September meeting in the public comment section. I did try to bring to the forefront to implore this council and hopefully the mayor's office to, instead of putting healthcare costs on the backs of their employees, to put Warwick on the map as one of the first municipalities to hold these health insurance companies accountable. Not to name names on the actual company itself, but in a little bit of research I did, a major health insurance company, with the tax changes in the nation with the Trump tax, they were able to recoup $1.7 billion back to their profits. And the profit structure that they had was, forgive me, I don't know the numbers exactly, but it was up into the $14 billion in profits. So I think that we need to try to change the dialogue here. It's not the city employees, nor is it any employee of any company in this entire nation. It's not the employees that are causing the problem here. Healthcare is going up, and I get that. But when you show profits in the billions, that's a little bit startling. And I understand it's a lot of work, and I get that you guys do everything you can, and I really appreciate it. I know it's a part-time job that you have. So let's try to maybe have a conversation with the mayor, and let's get on this. Let's get ahead of this. Because we all know, the president has stated it, and I agree with you, sir, Health insurance is just going to continue to go up, and that's going to be our biggest problem. But why are we trying to put it on the backs of our employees? It's just not a good tactic, and I would hope that we can try to change this and really put Warwick on the map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public that would like to speak on this? Anybody else from the public that would like to speak on this?
I would move to hold it to March 23rd at the request of the sponsor.
And seconded by Councilman Sinapi. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That closes the ordinance committee at 8:15.
Thank you.
Public Safety will convene at 8:18 p.m. First on the docket, acceptance of minutes from committee meeting held on February 3rd, 2020. Do we have a motion?
Move to accept.
Abstain.
So difficult. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. First item, PCO 4-20, an ordinance relative to the installation of traffic control signals. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which item was that again, please?
I assume you said, did you say repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you either.
I say, which item was that?
Sorry. PCO 4-20, an ordinance relative to the installation of traffic control signs.
Okay, so this is going specifically to the issue that we just spoke about at length, so I'm not going to regurgitate those items all over again, but I think it's important that we put a time frame to the installation of these traffic control devices. Typically, they're going to be stop signs because you don't need them for slow, you don't need them for school children, you don't need them for caution children. It's predominantly the stop signs that are the issue. And when we make a request, we as an elected official, we make a request for a traffic study for these stop signs. There's always very good reasons for it, and the primary reason is for the safety of the people that we represent. So I think it's reasonable to have a time frame put on that ordinance for the installation of these traffic signs, and what I have put in here is a 30-day window from the time the ordinance is passed to install the traffic control signs. And keep in mind, it requires 2 passes, so this is something that DPW is going to be well aware of long before the second passage. So I would respectfully request favorable support.
I already gave my piece on this bill and the other ones like it. I find it remarkably inappropriate. I have no desire or intent to join what seems to be like a vendetta against DPW. You're on your own in that regard. If my colleagues wish to join that, that's their business. I'm not going to be a part of it, though. Any other comments or questions from the members of the committee?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I think that in principle, having a time frame for when there's going to be compliance or enforcement of city ordinance is entirely appropriate, and it's nothing to do with any sort of, well, I certainly wouldn't characterize it as any sort of a vendetta that we want as a city council to have some guidelines and timeline in place for when stop signs and the like get posted after the city council passes a resolution or ordinance relative to the posting of a stop sign. So I do see this as the sort of legislation that I would be willing to support. I'm of course open to further discussion of it. Thank you.
Any other members of the committee? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this one, like in the previous ones, I keep thinking, though I agree that public safety, as this committee, and the installation of signs, I often worry about the prioritizing things within DPW where I'd say, from what I can see, 60% of the things they deal with daily is an occurrence of what happened the night before or during the day. I support what Councilman Lattiser has said, what he's doing. I support the fact that he put in for a traffic study, received the traffic study, all the legalities required, got the traffic study back, got request for a signage back, and the fact that he has taken the effort to make sure that they follow through. I'm concerned about 2 things on both sides of this issue. One, that it is taking this long to have something put up, but on the flip side of that, I'm also trying to figure, well, what problems or challenges are DPW coming in? Not as a question of where the signs are in the building or how many we have. However, the personnel, the list of priorities that DPW is presented with every day, and many of them come up that day of. I have a strong reservations, as much as I can see it. I have strong reservations about putting a timetable on something, but at the same time, I want to, at the same time, I respect the fact that a council person, this case Councilman Lattiser, took all the charter required steps to get it done while doing his job for his residents and for his ward. I lean towards supporting this. However, as I said, I really sit back and think about if we put time frames or whatever the challenges may be. I just don't know, like, is this the first step? Is this going to continue on? This is something that's new, something that's considered, that doesn't exist in the city and hasn't existed in the city since we've chartered into a city. So I'll be honest with you, Mr. Chairman, I'm pretty torn, and I have to also state that I don't personally take this, or I professionally don't take this as a vendetta, but a council person doing their job to make sure that what they're elected to do, as you stated earlier, Chairman, what they're elected to do is represent the people, and that the people are being represented. So this is definitely something that, you know, on both sides that I'm torn on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and to be clear, so I can understand why my words can be interpreted one way when they're meant to be another. That's fair, given the context. The vendetta isn't this bill on its own in a vacuum. What it's trying to do isn't a bad thing. However, it's in combination with all the other things we've seen is the reason for the characterization of my statements. That being said, let's talk about the merits of this individual bill. There'll be 30 days for something to get put into place, a sign, or our DPW director, our Department of Public Works, is in violation of an ordinance which comes punishable with potential jail time and a fine under our charter. So in the winter, when there's a snowstorm and snow remains on the sidewalks, we all live in Rhode Island, we've seen it. Snow sometimes remains on the sidewalks for well longer than 30 days. So now our Department of Public Works will have committed a crime because snow's on the ground. There's no exception in this. There's no wiggle room. There's nothing. It's a crime. That's ridiculous. Let's go through all the scenarios on that end. Let's see. Can't put a sign in there because there's construction going down. The sewer caved in again. Any number of scenarios where something gets delayed, we hit 31 days, they committed a crime. And then if we don't do anything about it, we'll hear from plenty of people how we're letting them slide. We've created a no-win situation if we pass this. That's the problem. And not only that, how about this? I'm going to pass a bill that says now all my requests, any councilman requests at DPW has to be resolved in 30 days, or it's against an ordinance. Just like this. It's no different. And now I've made it harder. But any one of us can do that and just keep stacking the deck until we basically become with a city that can't manage itself. Okay, I care about morale. I care about getting things done. This impedes both, as far as I'm concerned. I've had no problems in my ward, and from what I hear from many other wards, with getting things done. Anytime there's been a delay, there's been an explanation provided to me. And when there hasn't been, for whatever reason, I've pursued until I got one. That's how adults handle their situations. This is how it works. We represent the public. We have an obligation to figure it out one way or another. I get how Councilman Lattiser may feel like he has no choice to do this, and that's his prerogative. You heard mine. I don't think this is enforceable. I think this is unwieldy. I don't think it will work. And I think it will actually create more problems rather than less. Because the minute somebody has to go put up a sign because they're bound by the ordinance, instead of taking down a dead tree, and then that tree collapses on somebody because we're too busy putting up a sign, you're going to have a problem. And it's going to be a big one. And we're all going to point the finger. But it's going to be something silly like this that gets in the way. Councilman Ricks?
I would disagree on a couple of points there. First, I don't see anywhere here where a crime is actually established in this ordinance. The analogy that I would draw is that, well, I'll take a look at something I'm familiar with, workers' compensation law. There is, in the state statutes, a statute that provides that trial decisions shall be issued within 30 days of the end of the trial. Now, I've never seen a judge arrested for failing to file the decision within 30 days. It's really more of a guideline, and there have been numerous situations where the judge does not issue that decision within 30 days for whatever reason. Nobody is ever arrested. There is no crime. That's not what this ordinance creates. That's not what that statute, by analogy, creates. And nor is there any mention, just like in that state statute, of any crime. Similarly, here, there is no mention of any crime. And for that matter, there is a lack of enforceability here, generally speaking. So really, there is no consequence for the DPW if it violates the 30-day timeline. Really, statutes similar to this, ordinances similar to this, it's about creating a guideline more than it is a strict timeline. If there is a dead tree that's posing an imminent risk to public safety, then yes, absolutely. The tree warden, the cherry picker, whoever operates the cherry picker, they need to get out there and do that. I don't think that a cherry picker is necessary to erect a stop sign, but I'm not in the DPW, I could be wrong. I don't think that the tree warden goes around posting stop signs, but you know, I imagine that working out of class, that may happen on the rare occasion. I'm not aware of that. But really here we're talking about signs and signals. These are necessary for public safety when we're talking about signs that the Warwick Police or the City Council has deemed should be placed at these different intersections or streets or otherwise. And this guideline is very helpful to us because if something is not done within the 30 days, then that gives us the cause to have that opportunity to really follow up. For instance, there were some stop signs that I had requested. The traffic study was done, and they were posted shortly after the second passage. And it was all done in a very timely manner. But if 30 days, if say a week had gone by and it wasn't done, then I probably would have been following up at that point. If 2 weeks, if 3 weeks, well, this gives a more certain timeline where if we go and revisit it 30 days from the passage of the ordinance, and by revisit it, I mean literally the councilman or councilwoman or whoever they might have on their behalf goes out there, takes a look at where the sign should be, it's not there. Well, now we see that, okay, something fell between the cracks here. Maybe there's a good reason for the delay, maybe not, but it's giving a good guideline here as to when we can expect things to be done at the latest. And so because it's not creating any sort of crime and it's providing a helpful guideline, and I don't really see any reason why, barring extraordinary circumstances like a deluge of snowstorms one after the other and the ground being completely frozen solid, which anyone could understand, okay, we're not getting this done because we're dealing with 4 feet of snow and the ice, etc., or we're dealing with some other sort of exigent circumstances. Well, we have this guideline to help make sure that things are staying on track.
So to be clear, any violation of an ordinance in this city is punishable under Section 1-4, a fine of $500 a day or up to 30 days imprisonment, and you can have a continuing violation. I'm not telling you my opinion of the law. I'm reading from the ordinances. So you can interpret it however you will. It goes to whomever. If the goal is to provide a guideline, one that we don't want to be enforced in a way that's a problem, such as putting our DPW in prison or fining them, then maybe we should do this through a resolution, where that, by definition, is basically a guideline. This is not. This is an ordinance. This will impose something that, as many of us now have pointed out, unenforceable, and if you do enforce it, you're going to be jailing or fining your employees for potentially things outside their control, such as the ground being frozen. I hadn't even thought of that, but ground gets frozen for quite a bit of time when we actually have a winter, regardless of snow. So again, my thoughts and statements I think are pretty clear. I'm not supporting this. I won't support it. Any other comments from members of the committee? Any other comments from members of the council?
Yes.
Or one at a time then. Council President.
So there's an old saying that says, there by the grace of God go I. And Councilwoman Travis knows what I'm talking about when I say that, because we've seen changes in administrations and we've seen changes in council presidencies. And the point here is that when it comes to ward issues, as long as I've been on here, you respect and you support each other when issues come before council members in their wards. And I can remember, Councilman, that I had a request from a constituent in your ward that needed a sign. And on January 30th, I sent that request to you because I support you in your ward. And within 5 days, that sign was up in your ward. Not with an ordinance, not with a formal vote of this council, not where kids are playing in danger. So I'll end it the way that I started it. There by the grace of God go I, okay? If we don't support one another in our own wards, I mean, what's fair is fair, what's right is right. The ability to print a sign, one member it takes months, another member gets it done in 5 days. What are we doing? Can we get on to the important stuff? Thank you.
Councilman Al.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking, I want to make clear that this discussion, I understand what the council president is saying. My concern, and of course, I'm going to support a fellow colleague trying to get the best what's done for the constituents. I absolutely am working with and supporting my fellow council person. My concern with this ordinance, and it still remains, is that we are now putting timetables on things and putting it on the shoulders of a DPW director or any other department head, but in this case, the DPW director. This is not a regular happening. This is not a regular happening. This has not been brought up before. This was an unfortunate and unknown to me event. But to me, when we move forward ordinances, this is my discussion, my thinking, Mr. President. This is not, and I'm not saying that you saying that I'm not supporting my colleague, and please don't take it that way. This is not me not supporting a colleague. This is me thinking of the ramifications and both sides of what Chairman Sinapi said and Councilman Rick said. And I agree with you. What's going on here? Why can't we move on? I ask that question about 20 times every meeting when we're here until 11:30, and I understand. But this is something that has to do with putting a cuff because of an incident, putting a cuff on a department. And this is not a common happening. From my understanding, this is not a happening that happens all the time. It's sped out of control, and I'm concerned about putting an ordinance on something where we are now saying someone is bound by a time without any, and again, if I, now to get technical, the one thing I think is Well, what if it's not signed? So said approval, is that the city council or is that the signing of the approval of the executive office? What if there's a follow investigation? What if something is, I have a lot of concerns with that. So that is me looking out for my colleagues because I want to make sure that everything is done correctly, but also I want to think in the future of what this ordinance and the ramifications that this ordinance can have. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
So, who was Councilwoman Travis? I want to make sure everyone gets to talk first at least once.
Sure.
Councilwoman Travis,
It's my turn?
for now.
All right. First of all, there's no disrespect to Councilman Lattisaw, because I know how hard he works in Ward 5. And it's pretty obvious he has a lot of stuff here, and he's upset about some of this stuff. But I think even the Council President just mentioned it. All there is on the land, we don't need an ordinance or a resolution to get something done. Now, even in the past administration, I don't care if it was Public Works, if it was Parks and Rec, I went there with a list. And I told them I have a book, I'll show you. 3 pages. The first page went to the director. The second page might have went to a constituent if they didn't believe I did something. The third one was my copy. If something wasn't done, I went to the department head directly. Didn't do our resolution, didn't do our ordinances. I mean, we got, and again, no disrespect, I know he's trying to get his work done, but we got street signs with crosswalks, stop signs. We never had to do this. Now think of this. If each one of us got as mad as he did, and we put 5 or 6 things in, now we're going to have 40 more things on the list that you could just go to the department head and get it done. We shouldn't have to sit here, talk about each one of these. Now, I support the other one because he had a traffic study done. It got approved. It's not up yet, or I don't even know if it's not up yet. He says it's not up yet. Fine. I support something like that. But for each one of these, that just get it done with the department heads. And if they don't do it, then I would go to the administration and say, I want something done, I want it done now. That's how I've always done it. That's how I took care of my people in Ward 6. And I think if each one of us were to add 5 or 6 more things to this thing, we would never get out of here. We would never finish our stuff. So I just think that's the proper way of going it. And then if we do each one of these, start voting for this, what's going to say? What's it going to say? Someone's going to say, oh, Councilman Lattisaw got his thing done. Why don't you do that? And then it just makes it hard. Let's do it the way we always did it. You go by the director heads, and ordinances and resolutions are done a certain way, and that's how we should continue doing them. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Lattisaw.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I resent your comment that this ordinance is no more than a vendetta. And if you think that it's silly, that's fine. You can handle it in your ward any way you'd like. I don't think it's silly, and it's not a vendetta. And I view
Stop
it
for a
as
second.
good
Point of order. I
government.
actually clarified my comments on the vendetta thing. I said it was a package, not this one on its own. In fact, I made that abundantly clear, so you can stop saying that.
Fine. So you cleared it on your side. I'm clearing it on my side. And it is not silly to take whatever steps you need, me, as a council person, to protect the interests of the people in my ward. In addition to that, we have passed numerous ordinances over the last several years. As a matter of fact, when Mayor Solomon was Council President Solomon, we passed ordinances, and before he was Council President, that require department heads to be present at a city council meeting and at the committee meetings. We have passed ordinances that require the council be notified, I believe it was within 5 days of a transfer of an employee, whether that employee, a department head, let me reclassify that, of a department head. We have passed ordinances that require accountability. This isn't about a vendetta. This is about accountability. And we do this in the private sector. And people do a good job. But people also need to have accountability. And when you have a situation such as a traffic stop sign that has been deemed necessary to protect the health and safety of your constituents, then I don't think anyone would expect that to take 3 or 4 months to have a sign put up. So this isn't silly, looking to have legislation passed that simply requires accountability, such as we did in the past. There's been several ordinances that we've passed in this council since I've been on that focus on accountability to this council, so that we know when a new hire comes into place. This is about protecting the safety of not just my ward and not just for this council or for this administration. This is asking for responsibility when you have an issue of safety that it's acted on in a responsible time frame. Now, perhaps we differ on what that time frame should be, and I'll be happy to entertain an amendment to the time frame. We may differ whether someone's going to go to jail or not, so I suppose that statement would also carry forward to many of the other ordinances that we've passed, such as the one I just mentioned about notifying this council within 5 days. Has anyone gone to jail for not doing that? No, of course not. So I am certainly willing to enter into the spirit of compromise on this to attain a common goal. And that common goal is to have some governance and to have some clarification and to issue an expectation from the legislative branch of government to the department heads, in this particular case to the Director of Public Works, an expectation of this governing body that there is a time frame that is going to be required to get this done. I understand what Councilman Rick said. There's the possibility of frozen ground. There's always that possibility, and I have no problem with an amendment stating weather permitting. This isn't about being unreasonable. This is about taking a precaution, exercising our responsibility as an elected official to do what we can do to ensure that these types of things are taken care of in a timely fashion. So, having said that, I don't have a problem with holding this till the first meeting of March. I will certainly entertain any suggestions with respect to time frame or exceptions or exclusions and revisit it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and just to be clear, my take on this is that it is not a ward issue, given that this isn't worded for a ward issue. This is worded for citywide. And I can't speak to ordinances these prior city councils passed without me, but I wouldn't have passed one like this. So regardless of what you have passed prior, that's your business. This isn't something that I'd pass in its current form, although I very much appreciate your willingness to compromise. That's exactly what we need, and hopefully we can find a version of this that works. And I believe you said the first meeting of March?
Make a motion. I request to hold till March 4th, is it?
March 9th.
March 9th.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to comment one.
Council President?
Yeah, so I was just going to say, in this spirit of compromise and to address Councilman Sinapi's issue with regard to fines and jail time, that can be an amendment in this ordinance that it carries no fines and it carries no jail time. Thank you.
Agreed.
Councilman Howe.
Make a motion to hold PCO 4-20 until March 9th. Per request of the sponsor. I apologize, Chair.
All right, there was a motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Next, we have a resolution relative to the installation of a nope, strike that. Next, we have PCR 16-18, tree damage claims. Councilman McAllister.
Request to move the pending file.
Per request of the sponsor, move PCR 16-18 pending file.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
PCR 10-20, a resolution relative to the installation of a crosswalk in the vicinity of 333 Sandy Lane. Councilman Lattiser.
Hold till March, what did we just say? March 9th.
Per request of the sponsor, hold PCR 10-20 until March 9th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. PCR 12-20, a resolution relative to the installation of a street sign at Lenox Avenue and Warwick Neck Avenue. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the same issue, and to pick up on some of the previous comments, there has been numerous requests via email to getting this sign reinstalled at Lenox Avenue and Warwick Neck Avenue. This is the entrance to Warwick Neck School. This is an elementary school. There was a sign there prior. The sign was put up there prior because of difficulties for people who are not familiar with that area, possibly being able to locate the school. This school, particularly in the peak season, the school is virtually unnoticeable from the street because of the foliage. There is no sign other than maybe a 10-inch by 12-inch sign that identifies it as Warwick Neck School. I have a letter of support from the crossing guard requesting that this street sign be reinstalled. I also have the support of several people from Warwick Neck School. What happened to the sign was a school bus took the sign out. A school bus cut the corner a little bit too much and basically bent the sign over so that you could not see it. I received a request from one of my constituents to get this sign taken care of. I immediately sent the request to DPW via email to the Director of Public Works and asked that the sign be relocated. It didn't. It didn't get relocated. The bent over sign didn't get taken or removed. Ultimately, it did. And this goes back to 5 months, 4 months, 5 months, and we still don't have a sign there. I have copied and sent emails on this request. I have indicated it is a safety issue. If there is an emergency at this school, which we all live it every day, that there could be some sort of an emergency at this school that requires either parents or folks who are in charge of taking care of these youngsters to get to that school and find it in some sort of an emergency, and there isn't even a street sign there? Come on. These are safety issues. And yeah, you're all right. We shouldn't have to be here. We shouldn't have to be on the floor dealing with this. We shouldn't be getting ignored on our emails and our requests with no answer, no reply. So this is another situation where I am asking that these signs be put up. The do not enter sign is on the Rocky Point side of Warwick Neck School. Those two signs, do not enter signs, they were put up there at my request when I first got elected. And the request came from the staff and the principal at Warwick Neck School because you would have parents and people who are dropping off students drive in through that rear entrance. The kids are in the parking lot, and the cars are driving into that entrance. And it's extremely dangerous for those kids. And it had been an ongoing problem, and it didn't get resolved. And we did request and do a traffic study to get those do not enter signs put up. The traffic study was completed, came back with favorable action, and it was a very prompt response. Those signs got installed. This one particular sign was knocked down. I have no idea why. It was, in fact, someone did finally remove it. There is no do not enter sign put back up again. This doesn't make sense. And because of that, I am here with a resolution asking for the installation of these signs to take place without delay. We can't use the reasoning or rationale that the ground is frozen, we can't install the signs. The ground wasn't frozen in October and November, and the ground isn't frozen to the point now where you can't drive these steel pipes into the ground to install a sign. So I can't give you the reason why they're not done. All I can tell you is they are not done, and they need to be done. Thank you.
So I've been informed that these signs have both been installed, so unless you want to have this put in the pending file, I plan to move for
Say that again?
I've been informed that these signs have been both installed, so unless you request to have this put into the pending file, I'm going to request unfavorable action.
Oh, really? And who informed you that they were installed?
This isn't a Q&A.
And what time? Because I go by there every day, Councilman, and those signs were not installed there as of 10-ish or 11-ish this morning. So if they were installed, they were installed since then, and I was never notified of it. So my question to you is, who notified you that those signs have been installed, and when were they installed?
So I'm not the DPW director. Those questions are better directed towards him.
But he's not here.
And as I was saying, personally, I'm not informed moment to moment when signs are installed in my ward either. If that's a privilege you have, good for you, but I don't have it. Do you want to move this to the pending file or no?
No.
All right, so I call the vote on unfavorable action. Good point.
Favorable action for what?
Other members of the committee have any comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman Lattiser, I want you to know that I came across the exact same situation, but I think you answered the question. You said that there was a traffic study backing up the do not enter sign at the school?
That was a long time ago,
A long time,
Councilman,
okay.
when I first got elected.
Thank you, sir. So the reason why I'm asking is I had this exact same situation at Lippet. A parent was very frustrated, called and said, you know, cars are going in through the do not enter. And I was informed by the traffic officer he could not enforce it because the ordinance wasn't updated with the hours that they put on the do not enter. So I'm not debating this. I'll definitely, but I think what it comes down to is, you're right, the communication side needs to get better, but if there's a way that if there's a traffic study that says that do not enter sign coordinates with the traffic study. So I'm not asking this to stall, I'm not asking this to wait longer. I'm asking if it specifically says the do not enter for that entrance, because if you remember, Councilman, you actually guided me on this. When I had the issue at Lippet Elementary School, I actually had to go ahead and do a specific do not enter between certain times for them to have it enforceable, and that's all I'm asking.
Mr. Chair, so based upon your comments that you've received information that those signs have been installed, which would have to be sometime today, I will, but I'll make a motion to hold until March 9th, and tomorrow morning, I will certainly, tonight, because I'm going right by it tonight, I will validate whether your information is accurate or not. So I would request, out of respect to my resolution and the fact that the last time, which was hours ago, that signs weren't there, that we hold this until March 9th. And
Motion
if
by
those signs
sponsor.
are up, I'll withdraw.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I cut you off. Go ahead.
I said, if those signs are installed, when I get by there tonight, on March 9th, I'll withdraw.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman? Recommend hold PCR 12-20 until March 9th per request of the sponsor.
Second.
Aye.
Thank you.
Last, we have PCR 21-20, resolution relative to claims. Mary McGann. It's safe to say Mary McGann is not here. All right, just checking. So she requested this to be held until March 9th, 2020. So we need a motion to hold.
Hold PCR 21-20 until March 9th for request of the claimant. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public safety adjourns at 9 p.m.
What? I don't care that much. It doesn't matter where I sit. The Intergovernmental Committee meets, starts at 9:02. First thing on the agenda is the acceptance of the minutes from the meeting on February 3rd.
You have to motion it, because I could abstain.
I move acceptance of the minutes of February 3rd.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
The first item on the agenda is PCO 3-20, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1. Councilman Lattiser. It is ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1, having, would require the Director of DPW.
Okay, thank you. Got it. So the reasoning for this is parallel to why we have the other department heads coming before us quarterly. I know I did put monthly down here, but we have 4 different department heads coming before us now to give us quarterly reports. And they have been very productive. Initially, it started out with the sewer authority. And the reasonings then were much different than I believe they are today. But it proved to be very beneficial. As a matter of fact, at the time, Councilman Solomon had also required, I believe it was the engineer of DPW to appear before us to update us on the happenings from the engineering portion of the department. And that also has been very informative, very productive, and we do have a very good exchange of dialogue. We get updated on issues that we don't always have the time to reach out for updates. We have conversations that we don't always have time to have with some of the department heads. In this particular resolution, ordinance, I'm making the request because, as you know, we've recently passed the approval for a $10 million asphalt budget. And we all certainly agree and know that the roads are in very bad condition throughout the city. It isn't just an individual ward issue. And we have other issues, stormwater management. We have issues of vehicles. This evening, where we just voted on a $60,000 pickup truck that DPW needs, and I'm sure there's other equipment that they need aside of a pickup truck. And I think that it would be beneficial to us and to DPW to have these conversations right here in the chamber. I think it's beneficial and also important that we all receive updates on how the $10 million is being spent, where it's spent, the asphalt paving calendar, criteria, I'm blanking out on the word I'm looking for, but schedule, the asphalt paving schedule, what's going to be done, when's it going to be done, because it's important that we are able to answer our constituents' questions when they call. When's my road going to get repaved? Is it on the list? If it's not, why? And the director of DPW is here monthly anyways. So I just think that it would be very good in the sense of open dialogue and a great opportunity for us to have these discussions about the needs in our wards as well as the needs of the department. It isn't about calling someone to the podium to have issues or to challenge or to question or to argue about what is right or wrong or what you're getting or not getting. We certainly can do that anytime we want through a resolution. So it's about doing what we're doing with the other departments, the sewer department, the water department, the engineering department, just following that same protocol. I am flexible with the reporting process. I would even suggest that perhaps if you choose to support this, that we may even do it on a rotating schedule so we don't have 4 department heads coming here or 5, I even lose track of which it is now, 1, 2, 3, yes, it is 4. We have MIS also coming here for the same reasons, to provide us with insight as to what they're doing, what they need, what their equipment status is, their conditions, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm simply looking to mirror what we do in these other departments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone on the committee have any questions of the sponsor? Yes. Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, this is, I can definitely understand. I have a concern. I would like to bring up some maybe rewording of this to where it maybe was a quarterly presentation. I can tell you right now that my personal feeling, and this is not speaking ill, this is just being my strong personal feeling, the climate of the council right now to set this up. We just sent for the second time in a row department heads, those previous mentioned department heads, on their way because this meeting again is going long, the committees are going long. The DPW director handles the largest department. I would be open to quarterly reports. I think monthly, quite honestly, Councilman Lattiser, monthly is unrealistic, but also just, I think, targeting one department over others. The second thing that I'm concerned about is that, you know, there's a lot of things, I think, like having everyone come up and present to the council where there can be more constructive ways of getting the information and also getting the concerns. I just don't, again, this is an ordinance that I'm concerned with. So I would promote that it be quarterly and also an appointee of the director of DPW. I understand what you're saying, the DPW director is here anyway, but I certainly don't want to set anything up to where basically, if something doesn't get done, that we're attacking the one person who's actually running an entire city, or where it becomes a hostile, if you will, thing where one becomes the next. But I do understand your comments when it comes to identifying every department, as we do with MIS, engineering, sewer, and the water. Sewer and water being somewhat separate entities. So I'd be down to amend and look at this and further discuss it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have no problem to amend it to a quarterly report. Again, the intent is to have the same discussion, respectful questions and answers that we do with the other departments, where we started with the sewer department, and because those quarterly reports were found productive by 3 of us who were on the council at that time, that continued and emulated into having 3 other departments come before us as well. So I would certainly have no problem with making the amendment to a quarterly report.
Does anyone else on the council have any? Yes, Councilman Sinapi.
You really had to check my nameplate. So rather than rehash everything I just hashed out in the last one, because this is an ordinance, all the same problems exist. For instance, I guess arguably from a different perspective, if you look at it. So there's no exceptions or anything like that to a violation of this ordinance. So for instance, tonight, for those who are watching from home, most, if not all, of the directors who were supposed to give a report tonight were told, go home, so you're not here forever. It's fine, fair, makes sense. So if we did that for the DPW director under this ordinance, he doesn't get a pass. He just violated the ordinance still. It doesn't matter that we told him it was okay. He's still in violation. So as with the last ordinance that the sponsor agreed to hold so we can fix things like that and in the spirit of compromise, and as he already pointed out, there's some changes he'd like to see made. Well, there's some changes that he'd be amenable to, sorry. I think it would be better to hold this so we can get those changes done. That way it's in line with the other things. That being said, you've already heard my spiel on my view of this bill and the ones like it. But again, trying to speak on the good, positive parts at least, and I think the compromise can be done as long as it's held and it's not rushed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Councilman Ladder, sir.
No problem holding till March 9th, but before I make that motion, to the council solicitor, Bill, could you just confirm that the department heads that come before us now, could you confirm whether they're an ordinance or a resolution?
I currently have before me Chapter 66, Section 6, which governs the quarterly reports by the Director of the Warwick Sewer Authority and the Chief of the Water Division to the City Council. This was enacted by ordinance back in 2014. Okay. So to answer your question, these are done by ordinance.
Thank you. I was pretty sure they were ordinances. Thank you. But I'll request to hold till March 9th.
Per request of the sponsor, hold PCO 3-20 till March 9th.
Second.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'm thinking on this now, in the time frame between now and when this was due, I think it'd be more appropriate to hold till March 24th.
To March 23rd?
I'm sorry, 23rd.
Councilman Lattiser, do you want us to entertain the amendment tonight? I have last year's.
Yeah, it's last year's.
What do you want to?
Let's just hold it, and we'll come back with everything at once. March 23rd.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my previous motion, and make a new motion to hold PCO 3-20 until March 23rd. Correct, Councilman Lattiser?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
A second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the next item is PCR 180-19, resolution to the General Assembly requesting a waiver / exemption to RIDE regulations requirements not drafted. Councilman Lattiser.
Request to put in the pending file.
Per sponsor, request PCR 180-19 move to the pending file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item is PCR 14-20, a resolution by the Warwick City Council urging the governor not to raise the amount a veteran pays to live in the Rhode Island Veterans Home. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think all the information I gave is pretty clear. If there's questions, I welcome them, but I do want to say that as much as I do not like when we get unfunded mandates sent down to us, or which I consider to be the same thing as saying something, this is something I feel we all have to voice our opinion on. I realize this is a state issue, but more than ever, it's a community issue. This is a serious, what this does is it just sets up the disabled veteran, and I'll give it to you in the very simple complex. The federal government gives a veteran a compensation for disabilities earned while in service. That veteran is then paid if they get 100%. It's on a rating scale from 0 to 100%. Compensation comes in percentages. If a veteran gets 100% of that, 80% goes to the state of Rhode Island to live at the veterans home. What the proposal does is it takes the entire 100% amount and then turns around and increases their stipend from $150 to $300. So the state in turn is taking almost $4,000 stipend and giving $300 to run a veterans home that we committed to run in the first place for the veterans who were disabled at the worst disabilities rated 100%. This is basically using the veteran as a conduit just for more federal funding. And it's not putting in for grants, it's just putting the burden once again on the most vulnerable citizens, our senior citizens and our veterans, or our senior citizens who are veterans, and our young veterans who are disabled 100% rated by the Veterans Administration, compensated by the Veterans Administration for the time and the injuries incurred. So what this does is this, we are basically requesting that the governor do not put that burden on them, and they find other places and other ways to cut and find that money to keep the services of one of the greatest that I was very proud to help get the funding for veterans homes and most modern veterans homes in the country. I did have a request, Mr. Solicitor and Madam Clerk, that we add Ward 7 and Ward 4, 4 and 7. Oh. Ward 6, thank you.
Ward 5.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Councilman Sinapi, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman, okay, everybody, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so everyone's going to be co-sponsors. And does anyone on the committee have any questions or comments? Does anyone on the council? Yes. Mr. McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Councilman Howe for bringing this forward. This is a very important issue. I know that you are a very good advocate for the veteran community, and I was fairly certain we would get everybody to co-sponsor this, but I appreciate you allowing me to get on this, and I commend you for bringing this forward. So thank you, sir.
Well, I thank you, Councilman, for being one of the first to come up, as well as Councilman McElroy.
So,
Councilman Sinapi.
You want to look at my nameplate this time, or you got it? Just one quick thing. My uncle was actually on the radio for this today. He's a former National Guardsman. So keep up the good work. I know he's fighting on his end. The whole thing, he's explained it to me at length. This whole situation is ridiculous, the fact that it exists in the first place. So I applaud you for putting this forward, and I'm glad you were willing to let us all be a co-sponsor.
And I applaud and thank you all for co-supporting it. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman Howe, so I think this is particularly important that you, as a combat veteran, sponsored this resolution. You know what it takes. You know the pain and suffering. And it is because of our veterans, such as yourself and all of those veterans that are in that veterans home, Rhode Island Veterans Home. It's because of all of you and all of them that we're able to sit here and have these debates that we have. Whether we agree or we disagree, it's not the substance. It's about the reason that we're able to do that. And the only reason we're able to do that is because of the veterans that fought to keep us free. This is a significant piece of legislation. While it seems to be words, has a lot more than words to me, and I'm sure it does to all of us. So as a combat veteran, I thank you for doing this, and I think it's most appropriate that you are the one to sponsor it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilman, and that's an honor coming from a crusty Marine like yourself.
Is there anyone else?
Yes.
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 Yes, Mr. President?
Yeah, thank you. I had a constituent that was a veteran from Potawatomi, and I used to visit him quite often until he passed away a couple of years ago at the Veterans Home. And I can't say enough about the work that they did there. And also what the conditions were like in the old Veterans Home. And he was able to move into one of the newer buildings that they built there because of a bond referendum the state put up. And the facilities were night and day. And I know what it was like for his family because I used to visit with them up there, and his wife in particular, because they would supplement everything that wasn't going on. And those type of funds you're talking about that get taken out, that you don't get back, you can supplement. You still need toothbrushes and toothpaste and clothing and all the other things that the Veterans Home doesn't provide to you, deodorant, maybe extracurricular activities where they might want to do something. So I know every dollar not only counts to the veteran, but it also counts to their family, because their family might be at home struggling to make ends meet without a person that can provide for them. So I'm glad to be a co-sponsor with you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I just want to comment that my quick math tells me that this would raise $125,000 for the state, which is not a lot of money, and for the 200 soldiers that were using the Veterans Home because they had to, and maybe because of the service they gave to this country, is trying to raise $125,000 the wrong way, in my view. I think that we should hold our veterans out as heroes and not as reaching into their wallet and taking some of the money that the federal government gives them in order to survive. Is there anyone from the public that wants to be heard on this? Okay, do we have a motion?
Move for favorable action on PCR 14-20.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you all.
And that closes the meeting at 9:24.
Thank you. I didn't do that kind of math. I'm impressed with that. I just heard it.
Just hanging out. It's the macaroni.
Hey, they're trying to steal my stuff. Did you fix my mic? I gotta be here.
And Nathan's first.
How long will this committee take? You ready? It is now 9:25. The Appointments Committee is now in session. The first order of business is the acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on December 2nd, 2019. Do I hear a motion?
Move to accept.
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the first item on appointments is an appointment to the Land Trust Commission. Martha Cruciani. Come down. Hi, Martha. Could you come over to the microphone? Hi, Martha.
Hi.
Thank you for coming and offering to serve on this commission. Would you like to tell us something about yourself? Just,
Sure.
just briefly.
Briefly. Martha Cruciani. I'm a retired school psychologist. I used to do a lot of hiking. I'm very impressed with your land trust, especially your appointee, Leslie, and would like to join them in protecting open space.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee?
I just want to thank you for volunteering to serve on this that board and for your service to our city. And I saw that you worked in the Warwick School Department as well, not your psychology you mentioned, but for the Warwick School Department. So thank you for your past service and your current service and your future service.
Thank you.
I would certainly echo my colleague. Thank you for your service. The Land Trust Commission, it is an important commission here in the city, and I understand that at some of their meetings they've had trouble making it to a quorum, so thank you for stepping up.
Thank you for appointing me.
Any other questions from the council?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say, Martha, I had the honor of serving with you on the Lands Trust Committee, and the reason why you were one of the reasons why we started, or one of the people, I apologize, one of the people we created the at-large position. We created two of them so that we could make sure that there were people in the land trust and it was being well represented, and it was this council that passed that. So I'm happy to see that you're moving up to the actual committee, and congratulations. And I do know what kind of person and what you bring to that lands trust, and I'm excited to vote for you in the affirmative. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Don?
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Just briefly, Martha's been one of the people I've spoken to since being elected. I think probably the first one who demonstrated a very strong interest in land conservation, taught me a lot about pollination, hedges, solar farms, and how you can actually help wildlife. There's a lot to learn. I'm very uneducated on the topic, but not so much now thanks to her. I don't think we'd ask for more from her and the other appointees as far as passion especially, I mean, for those who don't know, this committee, it's my understanding, that's been operating or hasn't been able to operate because it hasn't had a quorum. And so these three individuals, Martha included, had the passion and drive to step forward and actually help out the city and serve it without asking for anything in return. I think that says a lot about them all.
Yes. Thank you. I've known Martha for probably over 25 years. She lives in my ward. She's been instrumental in the Wildlife Conservation Committee and working on trails throughout Rhode Island, not just in Warwick. Has worked with Clouds Hill Farm very closely, and of course is very interested in preserving property. When I created the land trust, I don't know how many years ago it was, probably about 20 years ago, we had the goal of preserving property around Warwick. And I can say that with the help of the land trust, we've preserved hundreds of acres. I think probably one of the centerpieces of preservation was at Rocky Point. I know that they were in support of that, and when the federal government stepped up, it was relieved a heavy burden along with the state bond. But it's important for quality of life, it's important for the ecosystem, it's important for water quality. You can't underestimate how important the preserving of that land is. Not to mention when the land gets developed, the costs that get put on all taxpayers, in particular with residential developments. I think right now we're up to about $18,000 for one student. So if you build a 4-bedroom house, nobody's paying close to $60,000 for 4 kids. But in any event, I appreciate all your service, and Martha, and wholeheartedly support your appointment.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Any questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Martha, thank you very much for coming and serving. Nathan Cornell?
Hello.
Hi, Nathan. Thank you very much for coming forward for this commission. I believe most of us here know you. If you want to just give a few sentences on why you want to be on this commission.
Well, I'm interested in being on this commission because, I'm very much interested in land preservation. For years, I've witnessed how a lot of forest and open space and work has been lost due to development, and especially now, I think it's important that we conserve some of the land to preserve for future generations.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee?
Good evening, Nathan. Thank you for agreeing to serve on this commission. My only question is, as an elected official, do we check to make sure that you can serve on this board?
Yes, there's nothing in the city charter that says elected officials cannot serve on boards. For example, I'm aware that in previous years, for example, elected officials served on the Charter Review Commission, which is an appointed board.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's something that would need to be confirmed, because when I was elected to the City Council, I was the co-chair of the Building Code Board of Appeals, and I had to resign my position on that board after getting elected. So I'm not disputing Nathan and his appointment. I supported Nathan when he ran for school committee, and I still support him. But I just wouldn't want to see anyone get into an issue, and I'm just sharing with you what occurred when I was elected. I had to resign from the Building Code Board of Appeals.
Bill, you have anything to say on
I assume you said my name, you're looking at me. You're talking to Bill? Fine, I'll wait, Bill.
The qualifications for the land trust are set out in our ordinances, Chapter 51, Section 53, about the qualifications for appointment, and it does not restrict, under our ordinances, the ability of otherwise elected member from serving.
Thank you to our city council solicitor for providing an answer to that. I would also add that I certainly don't see any conflict that would prevent Nathan from serving. I'd like to thank Nathan for stepping up to take on the additional responsibilities on the Land Trust Commission, in addition to his responsibilities on the school committee. And I would also like to wish him a happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions from the council?
Well, Councilman Ricks just stole my thunder. I was going to wish you a happy birthday as well, Nathan, but I want to, on a more important note, say that it is, you continue to amaze me by participating in the city at the young age. And I want you to keep on doing that, to be a role model for people of your age category. It's especially important at this time in our country's history. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Sinapi?
So he's a glutton for punishment. He's on the school committee. He's spent like almost 6 hours of his birthday here. So he obviously is passionate about this and everything else he does for the city. So I think, as with the prior appointee and with the next one, it's always good to see passion, especially on boards that don't necessarily sound sexy or glamorous. The Land Trust Commission doesn't make it any less vital, especially when we have plenty of issues related to this that need to be addressed. So obviously a thank you to School Committeeman Cornell for this and all that he does.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Nathan, I'm particularly glad that we cleared up that slight little question. I supported you when you ran for school committee. You are a very impressive young man. You are very diligent at what you do. You're passionate, you're focused, and you are just a real asset to the city and to what our goals are and our missions are, and a fantastic example for the young folks that you surround yourself with. And I'm certainly happy to support you for this position as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Nathan, I just want to tell you I'd support your appointment also. I wish you good luck. I hope you don't get burnt out with everything you're doing, including going to college and what you're doing with the school committee. And I was happy to talk to you during one of the breaks here at the council chamber, and your enthusiasm hopefully will carry over into some really good planning for the land trust. And if you need any help, I think we're all would agree that we'll all be here to do the best we can. I know that one of the issues in the past has been funding for the land trust, and the lack of funding that's been in the budget in the past. So when you get together, if there are specific things that you might need as far as funding, we might be able to consider that in the budget that's coming up in May. And I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Donna?
I completely agree. There is a lot of work to be done.
Any other questions from the council? Any questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Daniel Fagan? Hi, Mr. Fagan. Thanks for offering to serve on this commission. Do you have anything you could tell us about yourself?
I know I could top everybody else that's been up, but Martha kind of inspired me to come on to the thing. I've already been on the East Natick Village Association appointed by Chafee back in 20 years ago to do, and it just seems like a worthwhile cause to try to preserve some land as being a lifelong Warwick resident.
Thank you very much. Any comments from the committee?
Thank you for serving. Similarly, thank you for stepping up to serve on this important commission.
Any comments from the council? And
Chairman, sorry.
Anthony?
Is that it? So all I want to point out is, similar to the other appointees, obviously has passion and drive, especially willingness to serve on, again, the Land Trust Committee. I feel like I'm bagging on that commission today, but really I'm not meaning to. He already even attended a meeting, liked it so much he wanted to join. Who could say that about most of these committees? So I think it's nice to have people willing to participate, especially when they're already committed to other things, like in his case, a neighborhood association. On the way, they have 2 active ones in my ward. And, it's always a good sign to see people branching out even more than they already are and getting more involved than they already are. And hopefully people take a sign of that and join suit.
Any questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Move favorable action.
Hearing a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much for speaking. The Committee on Appointments closes at 9:42 p.m.
Don't go anywhere. We got public properties. Okay, guys, we good to go? The time is 9:43. The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order. First, acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on February 3rd, 2019.
Move acceptance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, PCO 22-19, Sub A, ordinance relative to council office space. This is up for second passage as amended. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you are all aware, we had unanimous passage, or first passage, on this ordinance with actually a lot of dialogue. And after unanimous approval on first passage, the mayor, a few days later, executed an executive order establishing a council office space and outlining some of the criteria in our, or in my ordinance, which you all approved. But I would point out that there is an entire section of the ordinance was not included in the executive order. While I'm sure the intent was all good. The language that is missing is the city council shall provide office space which is no less than 400 square feet, the size of the space, the location in the same building as the tax assessor, tax collector, building department. The office space shall consist of 2 spaces. That language was not in the executive order. And this is not just about memorializing this into an ordinance for this council. This is about memorializing this into an ordinance for future councils, for those that are going to come after us, for the mayor's office that will come after us. And there's an old saying that I learned a long time ago: he who giveth can taketh away. And that's not to say that this would occur on our watch, but an executive order can be changed, modified, or rescinded at any time down the road by a new mayor, by this mayor. And without memorializing this into an ordinance, this could be subject to change at any time going down the road. The city council office space could be relocated anywheres. And again, the concern is for the future councils, for the future councilors coming after us, that will be assured of a respectable office space, an office space that is in proximity to the other departments, particularly that our legislative affairs director is in communication with on a daily basis, if not an hourly basis, to provide a location for the city council that, as I know many of us do, meet with our constituents and meet with department heads in the council office space now. And it's most convenient because we can simply dial a phone number and they can walk across the hall or from the corner of the building. Obviously, we don't have everyone in the space because the space isn't conducive for all the departments. But at some point in time, we may have the annex building either rebuilt or a new building. And all of our departments will be in one building. And I think it's most important that the city council office space is in that same building as those other department heads. So I'm simply asking that we move favorable action and memorialize this ordinance that we all unanimously approved upon first passage, and put this on the books. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that we had an extensive discussion of this the first time around. We had amendments, and I think that, especially because the City Council passed it unanimously, I think that it was thoroughly considered, especially after that lengthy discussion. I would urge my colleagues to keep any further discussion on this matter brief unless there's a reason to otherwise. And I think that for the reasons as stated by Councilman Lattiser, that it is entirely appropriate to continue with passage, especially for the sake of memorializing this, as the City Council has the ability to enact or repeal its own ordinances, whereas any executive order can simply be done by another executive order at any point by any person holding that office in the future. For those reasons, let's see.
I would move for favorable action.
Oh, I'm sorry. First, I should ask, any questions or discussion from members of the committee, from members of the council, from members of the public? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Next item, second on the agenda, PCO 26-19, an ordinance amending the zoning of the City of Warwick, Sundown Corporation, for second passage. Councilwoman Travis. Councilwoman Travis requests favorable action. Any questions or comment from members of the committee? Members of, oh, go ahead. No? Okay, members of the council? Members of the public?
I would move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Third, PCO 27-19, Sub A, an ordinance amending the zoning of the City of Warwick, Zarella Development Corporation. This is Councilman Snappy, and this is a second passage as amended. Let's see. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Members of the council? Members of the public? This has been extensively discussed at the previous meeting. I would entertain a motion.
I move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item 4, PCR 182-19, resolution regarding lease Cooper Building. This is not drafted. Councilman Lattiser.
Hold to March 24th.
I would move that we hold it to March 24th at the
Second.
sponsor's request. 23rd, yes, 23rd. Sorry.
23rd. I keep saying the 24th.
We have a motion to hold on behalf of the sponsor to March 23rd. So held. What am I doing? Is there a motion?
I move that we hold it to March 23rd.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Fifth and final item on the agenda, PCR 7-20, omnibus resolution of congratulations and condolences. This is the standard resolution that this committee passes on behalf of the City Council. Any discussion or comment from members of the committee? From members of the council?
I just want to congratulate you for bringing this. Congratulations to us.
Although my name is on it, I really did nothing. Thank you to the city clerk and the city council solicitor for making sure that I was drafted properly and properly posted.
I would move for favorable action.
Second.
Oh, any comment from members of the public? Hearing none, we may now move.
I move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that concludes the City Council Committee meeting on land use, public properties, and community affairs at 9:52 p.m.
Whose stuff is this on my extension area? First the end.
Road, and now this. First what, please? You annex Sand Road, and now you annex a portion of it. Oh, it's so funny. I was sitting and then there's like a 2002 map. So I'm like, oh shoot. And he's looking at me like I'm stupid, which I was. I'm like, I've been doing this the whole time. I took all that heat and I stayed there. I'm like, this can't be right. I'm like, Jeremy perfectly pivoted away from that. How am I doing? And he's like, since 2002. So then he comes over and she goes, oh, this is stupid, sweetheart. I heard you say, so that means you agree. Good, I'll let everyone know. It'd save a lot of money. Oh, can I sign up? I hope you said that with the mics turned off. I'm running up, diving for it. Okay, I'll take it. It's possible. You probably keep it in a file, you can scan it or whatever. Yeah. I have beat. I can't visualization official documents, so those could be in files, not in my personal files. All right, you guys ready? Like, I know, are they ready? The quarterlies are usually January, February, March. So we're gonna do, no, we're just gonna do, I think we said we're gonna do April. Yeah, that's what we're gonna say, yeah. No, first meeting. Because they were saying, could we combine them? Because they get the next, otherwise they come next month, and otherwise they're coming next month, and, I mean, that's stupid. Well, I'll tell you. We ready? City Council will come to order, and the clerk will call the roll. Here.
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 Yeah.
Here.
Councilman McAllister, you're up to lead us in the salute.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
First item on the agenda are executive communications. There are none. Next item on the agenda is general communications. Any comments from council members on general communications? If not, we'll move into quarterly reports. Because of the late hour, we're going to combine the quarterly reports and have them in the first meeting in April. That's for Water Department, Engineering, and MIS, and Warwick Sewer Authority. Next item on the agenda is Rule 41 for public comment. I don't believe anybody signed up, is that correct? Okay, so public comment we'll skip. Yes, Councilwoman. February 5th. Yes, acceptance of minutes, a council meeting held on February 5th. Can I have a motion? Seconded by Councilwoman Travis and Councilman McAllister. Any discussion on the minutes? If not, a yes. We can do a voice vote on that. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? So the minutes stand. Yes. And one abstention.
Oh, and a brief correction. I believe that it's the minutes from February 3rd.
I did say February 3rd?
I thought you said the 5th.
Okay. All right, so it's been, the minutes of February 3rd have been approved. No one signed up for public comment, so we're going to move on to announcement of appointments. First item is Warwick Harbor Management Commission. Joseph Rosalino, 58 Melbourne Ave, Warwick, Rhode Island, term to expire December 1st, 2024. Appointments requiring confirmation. The first item on the agenda is the Land Trust. Can I have a committee report appointments?
Martha Cruciani, favorable action, Mr. President.
Okay, this recommendation is for favorable action. For action, Councilman Sinapi. Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Any discussion? I know we had a lot of discussion in committee on that, and Councilwoman Travis. If not, the clerk will call a roll, and a yes is to approve the nomination of Martha Cruciani to the Land Trust. Yes.
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 The appointment of Martha Cruciani stands passed. Next item on the agenda is the appointment of Nathan Cornell to the Land Trust Committee Report appointments.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. Seconded by Councilman McAllister, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattisaw, Councilman Corley, Councilman Riggs. Is there any discussion on this appointment? I know we had a lot in committee. If not, the clerk will call the roll, and a yes is to approve the appointment of Nathan Cornell to the Land Trust. Yes.
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 The appointment of Nathan Cornell to the Land Trust is approved. Next item on the agenda is the appointment of Daniel Fagan to the Land Trust Committee Report appointments.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman, who's going to move it? Councilman Sinapi, this is your ward. Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Any discussion? If not, a yes is to approve the appointment of Daniel Fagan to the Land Trust Committee, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 The appointment of Daniel Fagan to the Land Trust stands approved. Next item on the agenda is under the consent calendar. It's PCR 2220, a resolution relative to bids, committee report, finance. For action, Councilman Lattiser. Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Councilman Howe. Go ahead, Councilman.
First item on PCR 2220, item number 1, 2020-184, workstation, laptops, tablets, printers, favorable action. Item 2, 2020-266, grass seed mixtures, favorable action. 2020-267, bacteriological testing for beaches, favorable action. 2028-268, fertilizer, liquid weed control, and lime, favorable action. 2020-279, Fire Department Class B uniforms, favorable action. 2020-286, Marine 4 water jet propulsion pots, favorable action. 2020-287, MSM magnet software licenses, favorable action. 2020-289, purchase 2020 Chevrolet 35 heavy-duty pickup with accessories, favorable action.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion that we didn't have in committee on the finance bids? If not, a yes is to approve the finance committee bids, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCR 2220 stands passed. Next item on the agenda is unfinished business, and that's first item is PCO 2219 sub A, an ordinance relative to council office space, second passage, committee report, public properties.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. President, I move favorable action on PCO 22-19.
Seconded by Councilman Ricks, Councilman McAllister. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call a roll, and a yes is to approve. Yes.
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 Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
PCO 2219 sub A for second passage stands passed. Next item is PCO 2619, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick, Sundown Corporation for second passage, committee report, land use.
Excuse me. Favorable action.
For action, Councilwoman Travis.
I move favorable action on PCO-26-19.
Seconded by Councilman Lattiser, Councilman McAllister, Councilman Ricks. Any discussion on second passage? If not, the clerk will call the roll, and a yes is to approve. Yes.
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 PCO 2619 stands past second passage. Next item on the agenda is PCO 2719 sub A, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick, Zarella Development Corporation. This is for second passage, committee report, land use.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. Seconded by Councilman McAllister. Any discussion on PCO 2719 sub A for second passage? If not, a yes is to approve for second passage, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCO 2719 sub A, second passage stands passed. Next item on the agenda is PCO 719, the pension board. This is for first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report, finance.
Hold to March 9th.
Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCO 1519 sub A, an ordinance regarding health insurance for city employees. This is first passage, committee report, ordinance. Held till March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCO 320, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1. This is for first passage, committee report, intergovernmental. Is that
Favorable
hold?
action.
Hold till
No,
March
that's
23rd?
Hold to March 23rd.
Held till March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCO 420, an ordinance relative to the installation of traffic control signs. This is for first passage. Committee report, public safety. Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1618, tree damage claims. It's not drafted. Committee report, public safety. That's being moved to the pending file. Next item on the agenda is PCR 18019, a resolution to the General Assembly requesting a waiver/exemption to ride regulations/requirements. That's not drafted. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Move to pending file.
It's moved to the pending file. Next item on the agenda is PCR 18219, a resolution regarding the lease of the Cooper Building. It's not drafted. Committee report, public properties.
I believe this was held to March 9th.
March 23rd.
March 23rd.
March 23rd,
Held
excuse
till
me.
March 23rd. Next item on the agenda is PCR 19519, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance. Councilman Sinapi. Finance.
March 9th.
Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 720, an omnibus resolution of congratulations and condolences. Committee report, community affairs.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Ricks.
Move for favorable action.
Seconded by Councilman Lattisaw. Any discussion on our yearly omnibus resolution of congratulations and condolences? If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCR 720 stands passed. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1020, a resolution relative to the installation of a crosswalk in the vicinity of 333 Sandy Lane. Committee report, public safety. Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1120, a resolution relative to repairs to damage at Lippert Park. Committee report, finance.
Hold on March 24th.
Held till March 23rd.
I'm sorry,
23.
March 3rd.
23, yep. Okay, next item on the agenda is PCR 1220, a resolution relative to the installation of street sign at Lenox Ave and Warwick Neck Avenue. Committee report, public safety.
Favorable action. I'm
Public
sorry.
safety.
I'm sorry.
I believe that's hold till March 9th, public safety?
Sure is.
Hold till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1320, a resolution to the DPW that signage be erected as stated in PCR 14419. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattisaw.
Move favorable action on PCR 13-20.
Seconded by. Wait a second. Councilman Ricks. Any discussion on this? I know we had a discussion in committee. So this is a resolution to the DPW that signage be erected as stated in the PCR 14419. Any questions, statements? Councilman Sinapi.
So, my apologies for not speaking on this before. I was under the impression it was going to be held until it wasn't. That being said, I've been informed that these signs are up, so I plan to vote no, given that the point is now moot.
Is there any other questions, Councilman?
I have no knowledge of the signs being up. Again, I was by this area late morning, and those signs were not up. So I don't know where the information is coming from that they were up. I have no evidence of that being the case.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Councilman McAllister.
Through the President, would you hold so we can confirm?
Sure, that's fine.
That's fine. So you want to hold till March 9th?
Hold till March 9th to confirm.
Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1420, a resolution by the Warwick City Council urging the governor not to raise the amount of a veteran's pay to live in the Rhode Island Veterans Home. My understanding to the clerk that all council members are co-sponsoring this, and committee report intergovernmental.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move for favorable action.
Seconded by the entire council. Is there any further discussion that we didn't have in committee on this regarding the Veterans Home? If not, a yes is to approve, and the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
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 PCR 1420 stands passed. Next item on the agenda is PCR 1520, a resolution relative to school bonds, consideration for the 2020 ballot. Committee report, finance. Is that hold till March 9th?
Hold till March 9th.
Held till March 9th. Next item on the agenda is PCR 2120, resolution relative to claims. Committee report, public safety. Held till March 9th. There's one item on the agenda for referral and advertising. It's PCO 620, proposed zoning ordinance relating to the installation of solar energy systems, and that's going to be referred out for referral and advertising. The next item on the agenda is to move to the unanimous consent calendar. Ward 1, anything for unanimous consent?
No.
Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5? Ward 6? Ward 7? Ward 8? Pass. Ward 9 passes. Councilwoman Travis, bring us in.
No further business of this honorable body. I move to a docket session.
Councilwoman Travis moves into the docket session. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? We now stand in the docket section. Ward 1, anything to docket?
Pass.
Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3? Pass. Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
I have one resolution. The tentative title is the City Council Resolution in support of legislation to establish an Ocean State Climate Adaptation and Resolution Fund. I do have a draft of the resolution in the requested language. This is in support of legislation that is being sponsored by Senator Lynch, Councilwoman Vella Wilkinson,
State
co-sponsored.
rep. State rep.
Sorry, state
Former
rep.
Councilwoman.
State
yes.
rep. And it's at their request for support on this issue.
And I just wanted to mention to everybody about the email and how specific we should be, or as specific as we can, when we docket resolutions or ordinances, and I thought that was pretty specific. If anybody has any questions, any of our city council solicitors can help us out before or after. Thank you. Ward 6, anything to
I
docket?
have one, an ordinance in regard to amending chapter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't assign that to a committee. That's going to be intergovernmental.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
An ordinance in regard to amending chapter 40-30 PCO 8-18. Smoking prohibited in public schools and on school grounds. It's an amendment going to be added.
To an ordinance. Yes. We'll put that in ordinance. Ward 8, or Ward 7, sorry.
I have two. The first is a resolution in regards to erecting a stop sign at the northeast intersection of Abbott Ave. And I have a police study for that.
Public safety.
And the second one is docketed by myself and Councilwoman Travis. It's a resolution in regards to erecting 3 stop signs at the following locations: eastbound and westbound sides of Granite Street at the intersection of Buttonwoods Avenue, and westbound side of Haynes Street at the intersection of Buttonwoods Avenue, and I have a police study for that as well.
Public safety. Ward 8.
Just one ordinance, the amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinance, and basically establishing regulations for the installation of solar energy.
We're going to put that into land use. Ward 9 passes. City Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening.
Yeah, Donna, all the best.